So as far as the third world aristocrat video from today goes, I gotta say, huge win for the toe and a stroke of genius on my part.
Mr. Radio Voice, he's doing his shows. He's roasting some ass and he's picking his nose. He speaks like a pro on the Steel Toe Show. He's making a mess and everyone knows. Ready or not, he already came. He's loading for fame. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He spilled the beans.
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
Rooting for rage as he gets her thrice. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He had a felony charge, but he's gonna walk. He's got a big mouth and he talks the talk. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He's always a guest with Alex Stein. He's making a wish. He's taking his time. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. Oh, hip hop, dibbity dap, tula wop, wop wop wop, hong dong, whittle dangle wang. Oh, he sang, Dooley Mama's flatten your hat. Do the poot cakes.
Good morning, everybody. I decided not to offend you with my clothing today. And no, I am not wearing Twins shit because I'm ashamed of the Timberwolves. We had a great run. It ended before I wanted it to. Story of my life. It was, we got put out of our misery. It was a bullet straight to the head, I guess. The Thunder beat the Timberwolves by a shitload last night. Came out flat, stayed flat, ended flat. Nothing you can do. Now I need to hear from Timothy because I owe Timothy $130. I want to make that payment today. So if he wants to shoot me his Venmo or whatever, I'll throw that at him. He got 2-for-1 odds. And the kid got a win. What can I say? I hope Timothy's not a Timberwolves fan, though. That would be gross. To sit there and root for your team, but then go, if my team doesn't win, I do make 130. So, all's well that ends well. I hope that's not the case. It sucks. It's a bummer, but OTAs started yesterday or 2 days ago. The Timberwolves want to make a move to get Kevin Durant next year. That's what all this positioning this season was. So, I don't know. Maybe we retool, we come back. We can finally, get over the hump. And we can get to the NBA Finals. I mean, how many times did Jordan get beat by the Pistons before he finally went to the NBA Finals? How many Eastern Conference Finals did Jordan lose before he started winning titles and never looked back? Maybe that's what Anthony Edwards is looking at. But it was a crucifixion. I got done with the evening show last night. I'm like, all right, let's settle in. Let's check out the rest of this thing. We force a Game 6 back in Minnesota. It's a whole new series. And it was 70-something to 34 in the third quarter. And it was I was ready to turn on the TV, veg out, watch some basketball. I'm on my phone like this. And I just wrote Timberwolves in Google. And I hit it. It's 76-34. Oh, fuck that. Okay. All right. We're done. 5 games. Thunder in 5. And they're going to the NBA Finals. They're going to play the winner of that Pacers-Knicks series. I think I'm still rooting for the Knicks on that one. I want to see Karl Anthony Towns get a championship. Tried really hard with the Wolves for years. Went to the playoffs a few times. Went to the Western Conference Finals last year. Would have been cool to see Cat versus Ant, but we're not going to get that. I'm a Karl Anthony Towns guy now. God, it wasn't even close, though. Like, we lost every game in that series but one. The one game we won by like 40 points. And now it just feels like that was the Thunder going, we're up 2-0. We're fine. We'll give them one. And they made us believe. And then game 4, we just blew it. I mean, turnovers, lost by 2, couldn't play defense, just got crushed. Or not crushed, spiritually crushed. Not scoring-wise crushed. And then last night it was, bullet straight to the head. Bullet straight to the head for the old Timberwolves. Well, guys, we've got a great show for you today. It is our final YouTube show of the week. Tomorrow is Rumble Friday. We've got our perfect week intact. We've been stacking wins like nobody's business. We uncovered a new religion, and we killed that religion. Its followers are still having a tough time, but that just makes it more fun for me. You understand that if the handful of you that are left go away, I don't have as much fun doing this. I'm going to admit it. Smacking you guys around, and the fact that you don't know you're losing makes it all the better. I know for the fans it does. I know the fans tell me, they're like, these guys are so dumb that it's so much fun to knock them around because they're like that clown that never stays down. It keeps bopping back up and you can hit it as many times as you want. You guys are target practice and we really appreciate it. And you chose your gods. You chose them wrong. And now you're coping. Now the new cope is this. The new cope is this. Oh, no, they suck. They suck. They're terrible. Like, they've abandoned Nick and Patrick in terms of publicly. Privately, they're still like, I'm going to watch all their shows. I love their show. Oh, Aaron's such a bad guy. They're still tense and they're still angry. But publicly, they know it's a bad look. They know I've made them bleed. They know I've killed them. They bled out on the gladiator floor. But they can't acknowledge it publicly because public opinion has turned on them so much. You guys deny your God. It's disgusting. And then the price you pay is we get to sit here and laugh at you. You come to our own home court, so we don't even have to chase you down. You come to us, and we just, all day. Oh, all of you have Ricada noses. They're just smashed in red from the stomping the toe gives you. Now, go ahead and cope. And now you all have a new nickname. You're all a bunch of Citizen M's. Citizen M laid it out perfectly for you guys. It's your religion, and you can't give it up. Your brain is broken, just like he said. Beautiful. All right, we really gave it to the Yentas from Parasocial today. No, we didn't, L-Train. We did not give it to the Yentas. I heard from a lot of people on that one, too. They're like, dude, that was fucking hilarious. That was awesome. We did something for them that their heroes, Patrick and Nick, could not do because we're more powerful than they are. We're more influential. We got the girls to 2,000 subscribers. We got the girls to 2,000 subscribers, and I still haven't gotten a thank you. We'll give them time. All right, guys, let's get into things today. We are all over the place. I'm very excited personally. I'm excited for the Tim Pool versus Nick Fuentes segment. I mean, they're just yelling at. I mean, we got two creeps screaming at each other over Jews. It's not. By the way, neither of them Jewish. Fighting each other over Jews. Screaming and yelling, and for nothing more than our entertainment. They got to keep letting this thing build. And then eventually they have to do a simulcast. You have to do Nick Fuentes and Tim Pool on each other's shows. They do it together. It would do massive numbers. It would do really well. The problem is, I don't think either of them need it. Like, neither of them need to embarrass themselves that way because Fuentes would embarrass himself in front of Pool's audience. Pool would embarrass himself in front of Fuentes' audience. But then also, Tim Pool doesn't deal well with criticism and embarrassment, but Nick Fuentes almost seems like he thrives on embarrassment. Like, Fuentes loves it. Fuentes sits in the pocket, that big, gay, shit-eating grin of his, and he just lets it all wash over him. He like, in a way, I think he kind of likes it. Mikey, he really likes it. But I want to see these two go at it. I do. We've also got the Tate Brothers. The Tate Brothers have been charged in the UK with I hate that we have to talk this way. YouTube really needs to change this word. Like, rape is a real thing. You can talk about it. You can say it. We don't need to be fucking Twitch and be a bunch of pussies. But the Tate brothers have been charged with rape, non-consensual activity, whatever gay, childish word we need to use, because we can't be grown up enough to say rape. But I like that the Tate, being a Tate bro, being one of these people who thought Andrew Tate was the shit, there's got to be a lot of Citizen M's running around in that circle. Because when he first came around, everyone was like, he's amazing. People were paying like $100 a month for Andrew Tate to teach them how to be a dude. And he's gay. And so many people did that, and so many people defended him. There's got to be a lot of Citizen M's who are like, oh, he's my religion. I'm too far. I can't admit that he's bad. It has to be a conspiracy. Like, there's people out there that think Andrew Tate is important enough for the government to launch conspiracies against him. If you're the government and you're worried about Andrew Tate, the way you defeat him is you just keep letting him talk, because most people think he's a buffoon. You don't need to fake charges against him and get him thrown in jail. That all makes him a martyr and would make him more sympathetic. It just turns out the guy's actually a piece of shit. We also have some Cash Patel clips today. Cash is either right or he's gaslighting every single one of us, and it's brutal. He's doubling down on the Epstein killed himself jargon. He was on Fox News, and they're like, come on. It's funny to watch the press finally be skeptical after all these years. We watched a clip yesterday. Jake Tapper was like, no, the press shouldn't believe everything the government tells us. And you're like, where were you 5 years ago? Trump becomes president. And now he's like, we need to be skeptical and we need to, not trust power. And it's, you yelled at us for that for 5 years. You yelled at us for saying Biden's lost his mind. Oh, how could you say that? 5 years later, he writes a book. Joe Biden lost his mind. Oh, thanks, Jake. Hey, this COVID stuff, we really shouldn't be believing the government on this COVID stuff. It seems like they're kind of making it up. Jake Tapper's like, it's terrible. You should be deplatformed. You should be kicked off of everything. People will die. 5 years later, Jake Tapper, boy, we should question everything the government tells us. It's good to see Jake Tapper, 30 years into the business, finally figure out how to be a journalist. It's welcome to the party, pal. Nice to have you. So we've got all of that and a bunch more on today's show. I'm very, very excited about it. Let's clean up the chat. Let's go talk to you guys a little bit. And then we've got so much, as we said, to get to today. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, holy shit, those antisocial chicks are clueless. They were playing clips, destroying them, thinking it was a win. Yeah, they were going over the Keanu victory, and they were trying to convince themselves that it wasn't. It was brutal. People were writing to me yesterday after the show was over. They were like, yeah, we stayed in there a while. We drove everybody nuts. They were just, it's good to hear. It's good to hear. I try to teach these people, they all have the Melton reaction. They go crazy and they try to control their worlds and they're yelling and they're feeling, Melton's a projector. When he says, oh, I make people feel. No, bitch, I make you feel all the time. Those girls, instead of going to the team of Steel Toe, where this is all silliness, and when people come at you and go, I hate you, you're a piece of shit. You grin at them, you smile at them, and you go, come on, is that the best you got? And you have a little fun with them. They get more mad. And that's why the internet sees me as the preferable option to those guys, because I make you lose your minds. They go to the school of get mad at everything, get angry at everything, get worried that people are saying bad things about. No, embrace it. Be the heel to those people. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says, I would like to endorse Billy Nord for Senate as the official candidate of the Steel Toe Morning Show. Everyone make sure to vote. Tell everyone. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't want you endorsing candidates for me. Billy Nord, Democratic Party, running for election to the U.S. Senate. Is he nuts? Hello, I am Billy Nord. I am a Democrat. Oh, my. Yes. Yes. This is our guy. This has got to be our guy. That's Billy Nord. Billy Nord is our guy. Look at him. I got a better hairline than Billy Nord. He's got a deep bend. Mine's kind of a gradual slope back. His runs back first and then sideways. He's got a hairline like a center fielder's route to a baseball. Boom, first step straight back and then round it off and make the grab. Mine kind of goes, mine catches you here. It'll get there eventually. Billy just decided, fuck it. Whoop, I'll go right back and then we'll get the curve. Billy's more stylish with his shit. What can I say? Thank you, numero uno Josh Denny fan. We're going to keep an eye on the political career of Billy Nord. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says Citizen M 100% got his grandma's Discover card to pay for Hustlers U. I think so. Oh, no. Snigger Niggardly says Carl went on Alex Stein to cope about the Keanu win and doubled down on the Baldo wash. Carl's really going down with that ship, huh? God, I don't think anyone's destroyed their image more than he has. I mean, people are really hammering on him. It's funny. Carl had this search because he ran out of Stuttering John money. So he's like, I got to find another Stuttering John. And then he just kept getting handed L's by me over and over by doing nothing. And he didn't realize he was working with the new Stuttering John the whole time. Nick Rekieta he fits the mold of John so well. Used to have some media credibility, overused substances, gave himself brain damage, had a giant fall from grace. Dude, Nick is way more of a John than John is. He's way more fucked up. He's brain damaged. He's broken. He continues to take L's over and over. He's way down from where his peak was, probably had a larger fall than John did. And Carl can't bring himself to reach out and grab the brass ring of his new Stuttering John because he chose him as his buddy. That is the ultimate justice, is it not? Carl, for all these years, just picked on a guy that had nothing to do with him, that he picked the fight, and then that went stale. And the what goes around comes around is that now he has to be saddled and anchored with a Stuttering John. He has now become the anchor. He is the anchored. Nick is the anchor. And Carl is the ship. And Carl cannot leave port now because he has a new Stuttering John that's his buddy. It all comes back around in the end. Great work, Carl. Truly great work. Let's go to Annoyed Wawa supervisor. Says Carl didn't host his own show last night, instead having the Buffy Extra interview Tom Myers for an hour. I miss when that show was entertaining. Miss Tay says, with friends like Lady K, who needs, well, never mind. Lady K is a complete idiot. Yeah, he really has made the worm turn on him quite a bit. Well, I mean, look, when you decide your new group is pedos and the new Stuttering John, people are going to look at you and notice the hypocrisy. That's all. All right, guys, let's get into it. Speaking of, you got Carl, you got Melton, you got Nick. It's just lol cow central. I've never heard of this woman, but boy, did she make a splash. She was all over my Twitter feed yesterday. I don't know how this shit ends up there. Becky Boop. I've never heard of her. I'm not asking you to have ever heard of her. But Becky Boop made a hell of a splash. She made a racist joke. So there's like this new brand that Keemstar has started. He started this LolCow Live with Mudahar, Wings of Redemption, and Boogie. And that did incredibly well. I mean, that show was amazingly successful. So now he's got another show called LolCow Queens. and he brings a bunch of women in there. If Pretty Antisocial wasn't such a small show, I think they'd be perfect for this kind of a program. I actually think Patrick and Carl's Friday show is one step away from being the Wings of Redemption LolCow live show. But this Becky Boop apparently tries to make a witty, racist joke. It doesn't go well, and then she loses her fucking mind and I guess quits her show. That's the thing. Every time I see any kind of tweet or teaser about these LolCow shows, somebody's always quitting. Somebody's always done. I've seen that Boogie's been fired 900 times. I see that Wings of Redemption, shoved his wife to the ground and he's gone, and they're all still there. Like Keemstar, I got to give Keemstar credit. I think he's the new P.T. Barnum of the internet age. I think Keemstar is like, look, I'm not trying to tell a coherent story here. I'm not trying to follow logic. I'm just trying to put on a wacky freak show. And God bless him for it. So this is Becky Boop, who's going to make a racist joke and then lose her fucking mind. Who would have thought? Hair dyed bright red, quite a bit overweight. Who would have thought that there would be emotionality coming out of this one?
You gotta look at her. No, go viral. Be up the camera, you stupid fucking bitch.
So this is what's wonderful about these kind of shows. They're not yelling at her because they're mad at her. They're not yelling at her because she's crashing out. They're yelling at her because they want her to make sure she's on camera while she's having the meltdown, so it's good for the show. I mean, look, if society's going to fall apart, if we're all going to fall into this seventh circle of hell of retardation where we all act like 9-year-olds, I'm going to at least enjoy it because I can't stop it. I'm in the minority, you know? I would like to see us become a great society again and turn shit around, but we won't get rid of the internet. Until you get rid of the internet, we'll never be a great society anymore. So if we're going to keep the internet, I'm going to at least enjoy what's going on.
Said there's a difference between me going after your husband, for example, on any regular day, and then deciding to go after, let's say, your black husband on Juneteenth. Maybe that.
Whoa. Okay, that seemed remarkably unnecessary. Although, I just want to say, Sam's show, if she's single, do you want me to try and, hook you up with her DMs? I can. I mean, it sounds like you might have yourself a bit of a love connection here.
That's not the fucking day for it.
Racial mark. I knew you were a racist.
No.
I fucking knew it.
But by the way, I can't believe that this overweight white lady has a black boyfriend. I never would have pegged her for the type.
Nothing to do with it.
I fucking knew you're a racist. Son of a bitch. Get him. And you blame me. No.
Stop
You
it. Then you don't
blame
get to talk, bitch. Then learn OBS, you fat fucking useless cunt.
She's great. Can we get her as a co-host? It's always weird when two fat people yell at each other, though, because you do want to. You can't step in, you can't intervene, but you want to kind of go, hey, mirror, pot, kettle, like.
Then learn it, and you can talk all you want.
It's a trigger.
By the way, this is my favorite fat lady face, by the way. There's different fat lady faces. Full fat everywhere face, kind of, think Weird Al in the music video for the song Fat. That's my favorite kind of fat girl. It's the most comedic fat girl face because everything just kind of shakes. A woman who's got Paul Heyman face, I think is perfect.
Point for her.
Oh, then she don't have to keep. Yeah, but it's not fair that she runs OBS and she keeps
know.
me out.
It's
And every time I say something, she doesn't
stop
like.
it,
No.
bitch.
You gotta look at her. No, go viral. Be up the camera, you stupid fucking bitch.
I just want to say, before we go any further with this, that microphone's really expensive. We can do. You can do a lot of things when you're having as the kids call it, a crash out moment. But throwing the expensive Shure SM7B that can run you anywhere from $300 to $400, what did the microphone do? It didn't deserve that. Keep keep it at racism. Keep it at, your black boyfriend in Juneteenth. Let's not hurt the equipment, gals. Let's not hurt the equipment. Is that the only clip this can't be all we have. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. That woman, Becky Boop, who was screaming on LolCow Live, is a professional cuddler, apparently. So she's one of these people who, they'll charge you money. They'll come over to your house and they'll cuddle with you. Okay. So is this her only? Oh, she's another one who's mocked veterans for having PTSD. So she's like that Frogan. What is it with fat girls who want soldiers to get PTSD? I don't understand it. We have a longer clip here. Hold on.
Can't do that, bro. That's not how it works.
I'm not throwing her out.
Right.
I'm walking
Yes,
away.
she is. Yes, she is. You put me in the Xylee first.
All right. I mean, she didn't put you in here with Xylee. I think Xylee jumped up, but you do have to let her finish what she's saying, because then it's a trigger point for her.
Oh, then she don't have to keep. Yeah, but it's not fair that she runs OBS and she keeps
know.
kicking me out.
It's
And every time I say something,
Oh, here we go. Now we're picking up from where we left off. This is good.
no. Look at her. No, go viral. Be up the camera, you stupid fucking bitch. She's having.
Now we would be able to hear you, and I don't mean to disrespect you, but we would hear you a lot easier if you hadn't unplugged and thrown the mic. We can't hear you. Your microphone it's on the ground. We're not going to be able to hear if you don't. You got to go. No, honey, you got to go get now she's crying. Okay. Now she's go get the mic. And if you plug the mic back in, we'll be able to hear there you go. Got the XLR cable. Just plug it into the perfect.
You are disgusting.
All right. Well, aren't you glad you didn't miss that now?
It
So,
says here,
when they
and I
say
quote,
I would like to talk
Fuck
first.
you.
Okay.
Fuck you, low queen.
Just let her finish.
Our country, New Zealand, has lost lives, lots of lives.
There's only 5 lives in New Zealand, and they're all, negotiable. Let's be honest. New Zealand could disappear tomorrow. We'd probably be fine. We'd move on within a news cycle.
Afghanistan. Is that true? Did you guys lose a lot of lives in the war?
Yeah, we always send over support. It's usually medics or
Well, there
engineers,
it is.
things like
There
that.
it is.
Fuck New Zealand. Didn't New Zealand lose a war to emus? Wasn't that their big? Was that Australia or New Zealand? One of them decided to go to war with emus, and the emus won.
About New Zealand losing a bunch and her not respecting New Zealand, saying because you weren't from the United States, I guess you could talk about her loss. But Rostov, did I call you yesterday? Did I call you and tell you she was out of
No.
pocket? Were you in here?
No.
I'm muting her for a second because I can't hear and it's going to take me a while to fix it. I quit.
Oh, well, she quits. That's kind of that's kind of a staple though on those LolCow shows is that everybody quits, they're done, they're finished, and then whoever's running the show kind of gives them a phone call, and that kind of becomes the episode for the next week. Is that now this Becky Boop, the guy who runs the show, will go, well, I talked to Becky and Becky's okay now and she's back here on the show. Becky, let's talk about last week. That 1 minute clip, they'll get 3 more hours out of it. That's the magic. $1 from Zenman Bills says, I'm more concerned that these 2 orcas don't have a constant water mister set up to keep them from dying. Yeah, I mean, we always think about oh, we're going to laugh at them and, oh, we're going to have a good time. But we don't consider the environmental damage that's done when they're out of the water for that long. That is a really good point. And, when they're in the water, then we got to worry about, boat propellers are a very common way that these type of people get hurt. Because they don't swim as much as they just kind of float and flap every once in a while. Sam Show says New Zealand has monuments to nothingness. Here's this magical tree, but there's no fucking tree. Yeah, New Zealand really is useless. I mean, there's no. I'm gonna be. I don't know if I'm the first one to say it or not, but I'm gonna ask the question and just put it out there for the rest of the world. Do we really need New Zealand? I don't think we do. I mean, if we need a new testing site, those people are already fucked up anyway. There's not going to be. How are you going to be able to tell if you've done damage to New Zealand? Exactly. 09 Canyon says the Kevin Sorbo Hercules show was shot there. Well, there you go. That was the last time New Zealand was useful. Honestly, when the funniest thing to come out of your country is Flight of the Conchords, pack it up, guys. It's over. Pack it up. All right, let's move on to the next thing. We've got, the Tate brothers, yes. So Andrew and Tristan Tate have been charged with more sexual crimes, this time back home in the UK. The Tates have this weird life now where Andrew and his brother Tristan, who's basically his bag man at this point, Andrew and Tristan now just fly from spot to spot around the world. And then as soon as they're charged with a crime in that state, they then fuck off to another state. And then when that state puts charges on them, then they go to another country. It's like they had to escape Romania. Romania is one of those countries you go to escape bad shit you've done. How fucked are you if you're leaving the escape country? But that's what the Tate brothers did. They escaped Romania. They went to Florida. Then DeSantis said, all right, we're investigating these two. I'm sure they did something fucked up while they were here. So the Tate brothers went, all right, we're leaving. We'll see you guys later. And I think now they go to like Dubai, or they go to like the Middle East. Remember, Andrew Tate said recently that he's a Muslim now. Good for him. Let them deal with him. But now they've been charged with rape and other offenses in the UK. And this isn't their only charge that they faced in the UK. I mean, the whole thing with them, the sex trafficking charges that they face, they basically manage OnlyFans girls and they make them do explicit content. But a lot of these girls have said, no, it started as a relationship. Andrew said he loved me. Then Andrew started to get me to do the modeling and the OnlyFans stuff. And then it got more sexual. And basically I got pimped out. And Andrew took a big chunk of my money to make me part of his stable of OnlyFans hoes. And so that got investigated. Enough women complained and came forward. And they said, well, that's trafficking. So we're going to charge these guys with trafficking. And, Andrew Tate, while he hasn't directly admitted to trafficking, the things he's admitted to are trafficking. He's like, yeah, I'm with girls and then I get them to do OnlyFans and then I keep a portion of their money. And it's like, well, bro, I got bad news for you. If they don't 100% want to do that, now you're a trafficker. So, these guys aren't jumping from country to country because they're so goddamn innocent. They're jumping country to country because they don't want to get locked up, because that's probably going to be the end of them. And then they try to convince people that, oh, it's just because of our Tate University. It's just because of how based we are that all these countries want to lock us up. Really? Really? I mean, because there's a lot of states that still have sodomy laws on the books, and they could have gotten Nick Fuentes by now if they wanted to. But they don't. It's because the Tate brothers do some fucked up shit. So let's go to Sky News for the latest update on the Tate brothers.
It is the Crown Prosecution Service clarifying, as they put it, the situation regarding Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan, and they say we can confirm that we have authorised charges against Andrew and Tristan Tate for offences including rape, human trafficking, controlling prostitution and actual bodily harm against 3 women.
Yeah, multiple women have come forward now and talked about how if they don't do the OnlyFans thing, he'll hit them, he'll beat them, he'll threaten them, he'll do all of that. So Andrew and his brother is his right-hand guy. So his brother's he's in the vicinity when it's all happening, so he catches the charges too. But make no mistake, Andrew Tate's the guy in charge. Yeah, he's in huge fucking trouble. And I do believe, America and the UK have to have an extradition deal, right? So if we get him, we got to send him over. Literally, Andrew Tate, we're watching him become a real-life Carmen Sandiego. We're watching Andrew Tate just fly all over the world and all right, gumshoes. We've got the last place he was found was in Lima, Peru, and he was on the beach and he stole a starfish. And your job is to collect the beach back from Andrew Tate.
These charging
Rockapella can sing the theme song.
Decisions follow receipt of a file of evidence from Bedfordshire police. A European arrest warrant was issued in England in 2024, and as a result...
And you know, it's only going to get worse for he and his brother, because the more women who come forward and feel like it's okay to let this stuff out there, the more the others are going to come forward as well. Like the first person to break ranks is always the toughest, but after that, every person who comes after that has a little bit more of a support system. So they're going to burn this guy.
Result, the Romanian courts then ordered the extradition to the UK of Andrew Tate and his brother. However, says the CPS, domestic criminal matters, which the brothers are also facing in Romania, must be settled first. And then the CPS says, we remind everyone that criminal proceedings are active and that the defendants have a right to a fair trial. But
So they fucked up so much that even if they get sent to the UK then has to send them to Romania because Romania has to try them. Then I believe they get locked up in Romania, and then after, so they could end up serving a prison sentence in Romania, get out, and then go on trial in the UK and then go to prison there, or they just keep getting sentenced, and then before they carry out the sentence, they fly them to the UK. They get, they go through the trial for that. Ooh, boy. It's a good thing he's worth a, couple cool $100 million, because he's going to need every dime of it.
Information that the CPS has authorized charges against Andrew Tate and his brother for offenses, including rape and human trafficking.
What level of Hustlers University do they cover this part? Which part of Hustlers University do you figure out how to hire the best defense attorney for your human trafficking cases? Because I've never seen that. I've never seen him give advice on it. The only thing I've seen him do, it's always awkward to watch Andrew Tate talk about like the girls he's turned out to OnlyFans, because even the way he describes it, you go, bro, that's pimping. And not like pimping like when we were kids, like, oh, that's pimping. I mean, like literally you're a pimp, which is illegal. You're running a stable of hoes. And should you really be saying this in front of cameras? But he does. Zesty Taco Paco becoming a member for 31 months over on YouTube. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. Sam Show says Romania wouldn't care, but if you publicly say Romania is retarded, then they're going to jump your ass. Yeah. It's the thing with Andrew Tate is that he doesn't know any like humility at all. So like if a country charges him, instead of going, we're going to get this straightened out, we're going to get it figured out, he's like, fuck Romania, they're a bunch of pussies, they're bitches, they need to join Tate University so they can figure out how to be a real man. And they're like, all right, nail this guy to the fucking wall, please. Please. I don't believe he's worth that much, says Historically White. I mean, that's what you do a Google search. He is. He's worth like $200 or $300 million, and that's what's on the books. 09 Canyon says his worst crime is chewing with his mouth open. He's a disgusting eater. Oh, well then, give him the death penalty. Jesus, I didn't know he was an open mouth chewer. He doesn't, here's what offends me most. He doesn't dress for dinner. Like you see the guy and he's eating and he's in his underwear and it's like, all right, we get it. You like your body. Put a fucking shirt on when you eat, you creep. Ciara Marie says he was on house arrest. He wasn't Carmen Sandiego, LOL. Well, I'm glad you like the Carmen Sandiego line. But after being stuck in one place, wouldn't you want to travel around too, LOL? I mean, now that you're making me see it through his eyes, yes. If I was wanted internationally on sex trafficking charges, yeah, I'd want to see the world before they lock me in a cage for good. I guess you got me there. You got me there. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says Hustlers U is where you learn to take a second mortgage on your home because worst case scenario, you just sell your second home to cover that. Right. I really think Andrew Tate and Tom Selleck missed an opportunity to work with each other. Hustlers U reverse mortgages. Ray Peacock says, Andrew Tate watched this little piggy misogyny pile-on and went, too far, bro. Too far. Even Andrew Tate thought they were douchebags. Is this true? Dub says Andrew Tate once compared himself to the Bismarck of World War II. Did he really? Yeah, he's just like the Bismarck. Somebody says, come on, Aaron, you're just jealous you can't eat with your shirt off because you'll look like a fat bastard. I mean, I look a lot better than anybody, coming after me. I'll say that. I mean, look, it's not a high bar. But I mean, you take the pretty antisocials, the crackhead, Bucky the Beaver, the creepy New Zealander, and big old fat hunchback. I got the better body than all of them. And that, by the way, not a compliment to me. Pathetic to them. Oof. Disgusting. But yeah, I think finding out that Andrew Tate thought that Kiki won, that makes it pretty much unanimous. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Hustlers U taught me to take my anxiety level to here when normally it tops out here. Oh. Miss Tay says, Aaron, I begrudgingly agree with that. Thank you. And Sam Show says, that's an outrageously low bar. I know. Look, I agree with you. I said it too. But you can't have a bigger oof L moment than when you go, yeah, look at this guy. Look at these pictures. Look at pictures of him with his shirt off. And then everyone looks at him and goes, A, you guys are gay for doing this. And B, he's got a better body than all of you. And again, not saying much, but I keep stacking wins. By the way, somebody too, was it you who renewed your membership on YouTube yesterday and you had the Ricada thing about the kids hanging out and finding out that the kids were definitely affected by him? I don't know if you saw, but you made it to Kino Casino yesterday. Kino Casino was talking about your renewed membership and the whole thing. And oh, somebody too says it was not me. Oh, who was that then? Who was that? I thought it was somebody too. Oh, no, some are saying, you're right. It was some are saying. So some are saying if you're here today, you made the casino. A lot of people are doubting you, though, on what you said. I believe you. But I understand, the skepticism of the internet. I get it. Sam Show says, did you see his fucking fingers? Yeah, Nick has blue fingers from nitrous abuse. His fingers are fucking blue. Did you? I mean, I wasn't planning on doing this today, but since Sam Show brought it up, I think AF Stream Watch had the photos. Where is? Oh yeah, they had a video of him. Apparently, he nodded off on stream. Ooh, that's brutal. Oh, I have not seen this yet. God, he hates his life. Holy shit, does he hate this trial streaming stuff? If he wasn't such an irredeemable piece of shit and insists on lying every time he breathes, people might start to feel bad at what a fucking train wreck he is.
Those numbers just come right out, correct, as they're stated.
When the coke goes, his adrenaline drops. Little boy Nick, he can't stay awake, 'cause he ran out of whippets and he can't get baked.
Now,
He's still out. Holy shit, I thought he would be awake by the time the song ended.
Thank you.
Oh no, he's Joe Bidening.
We'll be fair and make sure you can
Oh, he's a Biden man.
Do I understand?
Oh, he's gonna. Your head's gonna hit the mic, buddy. Nick, back up. Nick, back. You're gonna hit the mic. Nick, you're gonna hit the microphone. Those hurt. You don't even have a cover on that thing.
Not here.
He's dozing. Oh, nighty night. Oh, sweet prince.
It doesn't necessarily work that way. I mean, you can.
Oh, he's going again. No, come on, come back. Come back. Oh, that's just. I mean, doing this for a living is fun. I mean, sure, we've got a goal to hit. It's literally the only thing that brings us any kind of like strain on this program, but everything else, it's a fucking blast. I have a retarded smile plastered to my face the entire time we're doing this show. I can't imagine doing this and hating it. And he's just in hell doing this shit. But we didn't get to the blue fingers, did we? Hold on. Let's get to the blue fingers. And then we don't need to bury Nick anymore today. Jesus. I mean, does he deserve it? Sure. But I mean, holy shit, all those guys have taken such a beating this week. Here it is. Yeah. Take a look. Look at the blueness on the fingers. Dabba dee, dabba die. Here, let's save this. Let's really zoom in on the blue fingers. He's now the blue fingers are people on Kiwi Farms looked this up, and Legal Mindset actually let us know the blue fingers are like oxygen. Like your blood flow and your oxygen to your blood has been cut off because of nitrous abuse. This is a direct result of nitrous abuse. I mean, when I first saw this, I thought, oh, his fingers are dirty. Or like, remember when newspapers were a thing and you'd read a newspaper, and if the newspaper was brand new, you just went and got it from the driveway or the mailbox, and you'd open up the newspaper and you'd get at the end, your fingers would be all black from the ink. Well, Nick ain't got enough brain cells to read, so that ain't what it is. His fingers are blue. He's cutting off the oxygen in his blood from how much nitrous he's doing. I mean, we're reaching levels of nitrous abuse that like can't be replaced. Like, you know that you lose a certain amount of brain cells, they ain't coming back. So, you know, like alcoholics and drug addicts will have permanent brain damage. We're getting to the point of like bodily damage from nitrous abuse that even if you stop today, you're still stuck with the damage you've done. He's blue. Dabba dee, dabba die. Dabba dee, dabba die. Stop doing nitrous, guy. He's blue. You gotta stop. Look, I don't know a lot about drugs. All right? There it is. Down and dirty. I don't know a lot about drugs, but I do know you're supposed to stop before you turn blue. That's rule. It's got to be in the top 10 of rules, right? If you turn blue, you should stop doing. Fingers blue, he's gonna die. If he stops, he will die. If he doesn't stop, he will die. It's a catch-20. All right. Why did you guys ask me about that? You know I can't help myself. Oh, boy. And we do have one cope. I do want to go to the one cope that we have. Clopogram says, Nick living rent-free in this guy's head. Yes, making fun of a man whose fingers are turning blue from nitrous abuse is totally not making fun of him. It's living rent-free. Got it, Clopo. Just admit we made your God bleed and it's over. Abandon your religion. Your gods are dead. JD Straight Shot with $10. Thank you, JD. I think that moves JD up in the standings. Yes, it does. JD is now in second place with $80 this week. Thank you very much, JD. Hopping, leapfrogging over Redbird for second place. This is a very good question, actually, from JD with the 10. He says, who is more responsible for the L, Carl, Melton, or their fans? Melton's fans are the ones who lost the most because they paid so much. They paid Melton so much just to lose 5-on-1. Where did Carl go after the L? Carl had to take the week off and just go hang out with Alex Stein and stuff because Carl's not built for this stuff. Like, Carl's great if he's on the offense. Carl can't handle not being liked. But then he tied himself to a pedo and a drug addict, and then he thought, what, people would love him for it? He literally went from making fun of Stuttering John to hanging out with 2 Stuttering Johns. I mean, he made his own bed, unfortunately. The numbers are down. He's not where he used to be, and he's desperately seeking out anyone who will help him pump that number up. You know, Kumi is on radio now, so he doesn't want to bother with Carl from Who Are These Podcasts. He's got a career again now. Fuck Carl. He's out of here. Out of sight, out of mind. So Carl's got to hang out with the pedos and the drug addicts. And now that he's taken this L, he's kind of sheepishly, stayed away. You're seeing the real Carl now. This is the Carl I told you about for the last year or so. The guy who used to text me about football games and your show's really good. And this Patrick Melton's a weirdo. What's his deal? Carl he's Bucky Beaver. He's weak. He's spineless. He's a jellyfish. Always has been. He just has to tie himself to funnier people. Got no self-confidence. And it kind of showed this week more than anything. Let's go to Chevrolet JB with $1. Says, so how about them Vikings? Even sports be better to listen to than this. Chevrolet JB does not like it. He does not like it. Ray Peacock says, Carl is a two-faced bitch. Yeah, well, again, unforced errors on that boy's part. Snigger Niggardly says, Carl and Melton are the retarded kids tapping a fishbowl. Then when the fish, Keanu, bites them, they cry victim. Yeah. And then people are saying that he's got a club foot. I mean, that's embarrassing. You shouldn't have. I mean, being a nerd is bad enough. But, like, being a nerd with a club foot and an elderly wife. Oof. Oof. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, I don't know if the blue fingers thing is real. I didn't see it scanning through different parts of his whole last stream. Normal colored fingers the whole time. No, there's lots of clips and there's lots of photos of it. You just got to go check it out. Maybe it's because his shirt was blue. That's why he turned red-faced with Keanu. It's because his shirt was red. That's, that's how colors work. So when you say colors, how do they work? Red shirt, your face turns red. Like today, I'm going to turn blue, dabba-dee, dabba-die, because I have a blue shirt on. Hey, remember the old days where, like, kings and queens got names like Gerald the Fierce or the Steel Chancellor, the Iron Chancellor, or you were, King Albert the Brave. Well, I think we have King Charles the Cuck in the UK because, cancer survivor and all that, good for him. He's fighting as hard as he can with the best medicine money can buy. Shit that aliens gave us, basically. But he went to Canada, and, I don't know if you know this, the King of England is the head of state in Canada. Canada is not, like, 100% a free country. They still have a king at the head of state. Now, you might say, but Aaron, they have a prime minister. They had Trudeau. Now they got this new guy. That's the head of government. So the head of government in Canada is the prime minister, but the head of state is still the King of England. Now, he doesn't really, it's all on paper. It's like the royal family in the UK. It's, the only way they could have any authority is if they decided to try and flex it and exercise it. But King Charles was talking to his subjects in Canada, and he did this thing called land acknowledgement. Do you know what land acknowledgement is? It's the douchiest, like, new progressive thing. Land acknowledgement is a very liberal thing to do because what it does is it acknowledges that you stole the land. It's a very white liberal thing to do. It acknowledges that you stole the land, but you don't have to do anything about it. It's like when I go to a Chinese buffet, as long as while I'm eating, I go, oh, this is so bad for me. Oh, I'm going to gain weight if I keep doing this. But I don't stop. I continue with the meal. But as long as I, did a fat acknowledgement, it absolves me of some of the guilt. Now, everyone knows that doesn't work. Everyone knows that's, as the kids say, Copacabana. But progressives now have it in their head that they're somehow better than you, or they're more noble than the rest of us, if they go, hey, we stole this land from the Native Americans. It really should be theirs, but we took it. So then you go to those people and you go, well, I mean, if you took it, would you like to give it back? And like, ooh, no, we like malls and stuff. We kind of we're worried that if we give it to the Native Americans, like they won't upkeep any of it. So we're going to hang on to it if that's all right. But we just want to acknowledge that we took it. It's the most useless thing in the world. If anything, I think it makes you worse than actual colonizers, because at least people who believe in colonialism are like, fuck it, we came in, we invaded the place, we conquered it, we took it fair and square. It's ours now. That's how shit goes over time. That's at least a more honest, like, look, we're keeping it, you're never getting it back, we want it fair and square, it's ours. You traded it for beads and firewater, that ain't my problem. But like, if you go in and you go, you see all this wonderful, amazing stuff we have, you see this incredible country we built and this land of milk and honey, we stole it from you. I mean, that's kind of rubbing it in, isn't it? If they go, oh, well, that's so nice of you to finally admit that. So when are we getting it back? What? Yeah, when are we getting the land back that you're admitting you stole? Oh, no. We don't give it back to you. This just makes us feel better about ourselves. Oh, so you're toying with our emotions like a white liberal cunt. Now you're getting it. So let's watch King Charles. Like, dude, you're the King of England. You don't have to bend over for this horse shit. This is embarrassing. Let's watch him do land acknowledgement in Canada. Like, I'm not going to feel bad when the United States takes Canada from the Canadians and makes it a state. It's how shit works.
I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and the Shinabeg people.
Oh, God. Yes, it has been ceded. It was ceded when you took it. This is like peak decay of Western civilization. Like the British Empire spread Western civilization throughout the world. The British Empire was a good thing for the evolution of humanity. And now you have the King of England apologizing for it. You have the King of England who at one point hundreds of years ago brought civilization to a bunch of fucking savages who hadn't even domesticated animals, didn't have the fucking wheel yet until we brought it to them, hadn't learned how to ride horses or raise livestock. They were hunter-gatherers. They were damn near cavemen. And the British came over and they said, hey, what the fuck are we doing here? This is how you do shit. And now you're going to go, oh, we're on the unceded land. Oh, they ceded it all right.
This land acknowledgement is a recognition of shared history as a nation, while continuing to deepen my own understanding. It is my great hope that in each of your communities and collectively as a country, a path is found toward truth and reconciliation in both word and deed.
Now that's the key, in both word and deed. Shut up with the word, because you ain't going to do anything about the deed. Are you going to give it back? No, and you shouldn't. Life would be worse for everyone who lived there, including the Native Americans, if you gave it back. You know, Minnesota did it right. Wah, here's a casino. Now we're even. Done. You get to take all our money at the blackjack tables. You get to take all of our money at the hotels. Let's call it a day. All right? Another win for the Navajo, as it were. I don't understand the point of doing the land acknowledgements this far into the game. Like, it's over. We're done. The war's over. It's finished. I mean, how long until we're doing this to like Italy and Germany for what we did in 1945? Is that coming around the corner now? Jesus. Let's go to Chevrolet JB. He says they were farming. I don't know how much farming they were doing. You might want to check that. If they were doing farming, it was like they were planting little gardens. They didn't have wheels. They didn't have horseback riding. They didn't have a lot of the shit you need to, mass produce food. They were very much a hunter-gatherer society. Veldrain with $1 says indigenous people are on a land conservatorship for an indefinite amount of time. And they're doing great. They're doing great. King Kong Dong says those fuckers are the reason we can't sports gamble in Minnesota. Well, I mean, look. You got to let them have something, right? Like if we do sports betting, I don't like that because then people just do their betting on their phones. I think one of the positives we still have left in gambling in Minnesota is that you have to actually go outside, get to your car, drive to the place you gamble, and interact with human beings. I think that's maybe a little healthier than just, I got a parlay for tonight's games, and and then you sit down, you haven't put pants on yet all day, you're just watching games constantly. I don't know if that's necessarily good for us. So one of the good things about Minnesota not having sports betting is, you gotta head to the physical casino to do things. I like that. 270 away from today's goal. You guys are doing great. Let's keep it up. But let's, final goal of the week. This has been my complaint for a while now. You guys like to wait till the last minute. It hurts the quality of the show. So here's what I say today, man. Give some memberships. Throw in a few bucks. Let's knock this thing down casually over time. I really prefer it that way. If we're going to do it anyway, do it casually over time. Helps the show quite a bit. So now that King Charles has done a land acknowledgement, so now we're good now? Everything that makes up for everything, all the years of coming over here and conquering and taking stuff. And did they apologize for burning down the White House yet? Did England apologize for burning down the White House? They fucking better. While there's no formal official apology from the British government for burning the White House, the British Embassy in Washington did apologize in 2014 for a tweet marking the 200th anniversary of the event. Wait a minute. They apologized for a tweet, but not for burning the White House. Oh, I see. So we rank under the Algonquin. And that's pretty mean because we even, we named a city after the Algonquin, Milwaukee. Or in Algonquin, Milwaukee, which is Algonquin for the good land. Does this guy know how to party or what? I'm upset. So the Algonquin get an apology from King Charles before we do. I knew they were still fucking sour about that American Revolution shit. Pussies. J.A. becoming a baby boot member. Thank you very much. Look at you guys answering the call. You're the best. Mr. Me gifting a membership. Thank you very much, Mr. Me. And JD with $20. Oh, my God. Here they come. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. They're coming in now. Keep it going. JD says Melton fans keep saying that Melton won because of all the money his fans paid him to lose to the toe. I mean, look, I have no problem with any of these people making tons of money. I think it's good. Melton should keep making money. The more money he makes, the more it shows what box office I am, and the more he gets owned. The more money he makes, the more W's the toes keep getting handed. If he doesn't make money to do that, guys, if he doesn't make money to do this, then he has to stop talking about Steel Toe. If he stops talking about Steel Toe, we're not box office. He goes broke. Whatever arrangement he and that lady have, he gets kicked out of there. We can't have that. Patrick's our lol cow. We're milking him, and the milk is produced with the dollars. As long as you give that retard money, he'll think he's winning. He's like the Lol Cow Live guys that Keemstar has. Keep feeding him money to talk about me, and we'll continue to stack these W's without doing anything. Shh, don't tell him what the game is. Hackamania was a grift. Well, yeah, and a total failure. Like, everybody outside of their hug box was like, just looking at them like, you guys are fucking gay, dude. Then they double down and lose to Kiki. Save your money, Melton fans. Get your own cuck fridge. Well, I don't know. They're still kind of milking, like, it's like a Lol Cow Russian doll situation for them, though. Like, yeah, Melton's a big cow, but, like, now his Lol Cow is Nick Rekieta. So, and meanwhile, there's us lording over all of them, just laughing. But he's still squeezing the milk out of Nick. And we're still squeezing the milk out of the people coping when I say shit like this. Come on, guys. Have some fun with us. Just admit it. You're a toe bro. You're a toe boy. Just admit it. Melton's saving up to move closer to a school, says Ray Peacock. Dub says Alex Stein is a good non-minor Jew. Oh, I love my Jew, Alex Stein. It's fantastic. I do love that he got Carl to double down on his L to Keanu. Because I know Alex. I know Alex watched that. He loves that shit. And he was like, I know he's like 99% of the internet was like, holy shit, Keanu fucking roasted him. And I know Alex was probably like, holy shit, Aaron keeps stacking these W's while doing absolutely nothing. That's why I kind of like to stay away as much as I can, because it always ends up really well for me. And like the more they lose, the more obsessed they get with me. And then people on the outside go, holy shit, they're really creepily obsessed with Aaron. They're such creep weirdos that Aaron looks better by comparison. So if I shut my stupid shock jock mouth, the better I do. All right, let's continue on. We got, oh, yes, the Tim Pool, Nick Fuentes feud. Why don't these two fuck? I know Tim's, like, got a girlfriend and he knocked her up, or he's married and he knocked up his wife, but, like, there's still a chance that guy's, he'd cross that line. And Fuentes is an old school cum hunter. Like, I don't even know if Fuentes should even bother denying the rumors that he's a homosexual at this point. But Tim Pool and Nick Fuentes have been going at it over, you guessed it, the Jews. Benjamin, Owen, where's our Owen Jew thing? Not this one.
But if you want to talk about sucking Jew dicks,
I don't. I want to get. Oh my God! How did I forget? Oh, here we go.
And you guessed it, a Jew.
That's what we're doing. We got two non-Jews fighting over Jews. Now, if you didn't know this, Tim Pool goes to meetings with Benjamin Netanyahu under a mountain, where he meets with a bunch of Jewish people, and you're not allowed to talk about who's there, and you're not allowed to talk on your show about what you guys talked about. So Tim Pool has had it with this Nick Fuentes running his fucking mouth, and he does the weirdest spin I think I've ever seen, where he says, actually, because Tim Pool, the criticism of Tim is that he's not America first. He wants to tie America to Israel, which is really frustrating. He wants to tie America to Israel, fight all the wars that Israel wants to fight, while still calling himself America first. And when you call him out for this, he goes, well, actually, Nick Fuentes is Israel first. Okay, you've got my attention. You have the floor, Tim.
Don't like the U.S. spending money in these foreign wars. Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, Afghanistan, Iraq. I'd say, I understand.
I'm totally with you on that.
But when they come to me and they say, the U.S. shouldn't be spending money on Israel, I say, what about other countries? No, Israel. And I'm like, dude, the only thing you care about is that you are Israel first and foremost. All the Groypers, Nick Fuentes and everyone there, Israel first.
Here, the Mountain fans understand this phrase. Cope. That's a cope. They're not Israel first. America is Israel first. The reason, and look, fuck Tim Pool for making me defend groypers, but our foreign policy is not like tethered to Ukraine. Our president's trying to end that conflict, and he's saying that we shouldn't be giving this money to Ukraine anyway. He's against it. This was a crooked Biden deal. Trump is now divorcing himself from Netanyahu, saying, don't you go attacking Iran. I'm working out a deal with Iran. And he's putting Israel back in their place. And he's like, if you invade Gaza, I ain't backing you. Like, he's trying to do the right thing. That's not being Israel first. Our foreign policy is so tied to Israel, and it's cost America blood. Tim, you want to say you're America first. 9/11 happened in part because of our connection to Israel. Our wars in the Middle East were part of a plan the Israelis pitched to the neocons back in the 80s. It was 5 countries in 7 years or something. They wanted, or 7 countries in 5 years. They wanted regime change. We do a lot of things at Israel's behest. AIPAC lobbying our government to bomb other countries. That's a real thing, Tim. That doesn't make those people Israel first. It means that they see a foreign policy problem and they would like to see America divorce themselves from it.
Only thing they ever talk about. They won't shut up about it. They love Israel. I get it. They hate it. They hate Israel. They hate AIPAC. They hate all these people, but it's the only thing they talk about. They act like no other problems exist. Right. And I'm like, the point is when you
wait a minute. Do they love Israel or do they hate Israel? Go back.
Israel. I get it. They hate it. They hate Israel. They hate it. All the groypers, Nick Fuentes and everyone there, Israel first. The only thing they ever talk about. They won't shut up about it. They love Israel. I get it. They hate it. They hate Israel.
Wait. Hold on. I'm confused. They love Israel or they hate Israel? Which one is it, Tim? Forgive me because you're the expert here, Tim, but you seem to be babbling.
They hate AIPAC. They hate all these people, but it's the only thing they talk about. They act like no other problems exist. Right. And I'm like, the point is when you wake up in the morning, the first thing in your mind is Israel. For me, it's America. How do we secure?
For me, it's brushing my teeth. But, look, I get it. Some people are high-strung. And that's the problem with all this internet foreign policy blood sports, is that they're always like, when I wake up in the morning, the first thing I think about is American industry and how to bring it back. It's like, I think of what I'm going to make my kids for dinner tonight, but I guess, whatever. Go ahead.
Secure our borders. What's going on with fentanyl in Canada? What's going on with illegal immigration from Guatemala into our country? So when I have a list of...
Look at when they cut to the guests have this look on their face like, do you want me to come back when you're done? Like, this seems to... I didn't know we were going to get into this. Like, we can head out for a while if you want us to.
Countries I care more about. I'm like, first of all, American labor. Are we helping Gen Z get in the labor force, buy houses, and have families? That's the first thing I'm thinking.
No, we're not. Gen Z is not going to be able to buy houses as easily as every other generation was. Part of that's the Chinese fault. Part of that is kind of connected to Israel, bro. If you want to know the truth of it, look up these multinational corporations that are buying up single-family homes, jacking up the price of real estate, and then renting them out so that these people who rent them don't get any of the home equity and generational wealth. It is a plot by the wealthiest 1% to remove generational wealth from the working class and limit class mobility because they don't want anybody up in that area with them. It's pretty straightforward, Tim. But, hey, guys, leave him alone. Tim's worried about Guatemala. And by the way, I want to be very honest. Fuck Tim Pool for making me defend Nick Fuentes. I hate Nick Fuentes.
Thinking about when I wake up. How do we build culture among Americans? How do we get people to be moralistic in our country?
How can we convince Tim Pool that if he takes off the beanie, all of these situations will be helped? That's a question I have for you guys. Would Tim Pool take off the beanie if it meant America improved? I don't think he would. I think Tim Pool is beanie first.
I'm worried about Mexico. They got cartels. They're shoveling drugs up to our country. Our borders insecure. Then I'm concerned about Guatemala. Then I'm concerned about El Salvador. Then I'm concerned about Honduras. Then Brazil. And at some point...
Do you cry for Argentina? Because you were implicitly told not to cry for Argentina.
On the list, I'm like, there's Israel. But these people wake up every day.
Wait. The guy who went to the secret Jew meeting under the mountain says that Israel's not a priority for him? That's like a guy remember that Ron Gorski, the guy from Super Size Me who ate Big Macs every day? That's like Ron Gorski coming out going like, McDonald's isn't that big of a thing for me. Like, it's not the number one thing on my mind all the time. Did you go to a secret? Be very quiet. I'm going to Israel. Did you go to a secret Guatemala meeting under the mountain? Did you go to a secret Gen Z meeting under the mountain? Bathhouses don't count. Or did you just go to the secret Jew meeting under the mountain? Inquiring minds and all that.
Bashing their faces against the wall, screaming the word Israel. And I'm like, you are Israel first. And I hope
that sounds rock and roll, smashing your head against the wall. Israel. Israel. Like the great Kali in The Longest Yard.
Hope you hear me.
Clearly, they're definitely focused on Israel far more than they are on the U.S.
Yep. And that's why
I love that. You know, I always feel it whenever I go on a rant and Johnny doesn't have much to add. I'm like, oh, I probably went too far on that one. Like, I'll be like, all right, I probably leaned in a little too much on that particular thing. That's all right. That's fair. That's on me. That was Tim. That was catharsis for Tim. He was doing that for himself. And now all his co-hosts are like, yeah, Tim, all those guys, they love Israel. That's for sure.
When they said they would vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump, I said, that is a person who would burn this country to the ground because they care more about Israel. They hate Israel, but Israel matters so much more to them. They would see America burn if it meant bad things happen to Israel.
Tim, I got to say that I think you're part of the problem too, because you're sitting here sticking up for Israel so much when we should be worried about America. This is why I have the capacity to hate both Nick Fuentes and Tim Pool. Because, you know, Nick Fuentes is like, fuck Israel, we got to divorce for Israel, Israel's this, Israel's that. And it's like, Tim Pool's like, no, we don't leave Israel alone, all right? They don't need to be a part. We can leave that the way it is. I need to go to my secret meetings. My position is, can I just be pro-America and divorce myself from all this and our foreign policy, I'm a Washingtonian. Can we just not do entangling alliances? That would be cool. Why does it have to be fuck Israel? I don't feel like we need to say fuck Israel. Let's do what's best for us. Tim Pool can't say what's best for us is we don't follow Israel everywhere. Like, both of these guys have this weird problem where they can't just simplify it and go, I'm for whatever's best for the United States. That's what I'm about. But they can't do that. It's the Israel thing. It's got them by the balls. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, when Aaron wakes up, the first thought is to brush his teeth to get the taste of pussy and another man's come out of his mouth. It's fucking disgusting. That's so gross. 250 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Keep it up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble rants. Let's keep loading them up, and let's stack a win for the toe early. Can you guys hold on 1 second? This is big news. I can't wait to share it with you. Hold on. Just give me a sec. Guys, this is big breaking news. Hold on a second. Ooh. So I just got a text from my best buddy, from my best friend in the whole wide world. And he sent me the text that I'm so excited to get. He wrote, "Hey, we are planning to get 18 in on Saturday. Are you free?" I mean, in the afternoon I am. I'm not free in the morning, but I really hope we can work something out. I want to go golfing with my friends. That was my breaking news. If you guys were wondering, hey, what was the big announcement that you had to make just now that you couldn't wait to tell us? That was the one. My buddy and I, a bunch of my friends and I might go golfing this weekend. I'm very excited for this. Anyway, how are you guys? Were we doing we were doing a thing, right? Were we doing a show? Okay. What does the audience have to say about this exciting news? Bapa Shab says homosexual. I don't think he spelled it right. McBuster, what a gay F word. Sam Show, I hate you. McBuster, so the guys with the white coats are taking Aaron out for putt-putt. Got it. No, that's not what it was. That's not what it is. Not at all. King Kong Dong says, you make me want to quit golf after that gay queermo shit you did. You know what? I think there's something wrong with my microphone because this is a really happy moment. And you guys are doing a weird thing where you're like, the gay. I think maybe you're misunderstanding. Like maybe the audio is garbled because you should be really psyched about this whole thing. Yeah, look, man, I'll check all the audio and everything after the show's over. Power Windows says, did you get permission to read that text to the public? I love that cope from the Melton people. They don't give a shit about consent or releasing messages without anyone's permission. But when Keanu does it to prove that someone's a fucking bald-faced liar, read my permission. Take your L like men, you fucking queers. Get over it. A girl came in and ass blasted you. Judging by your faces, you should like it. And Melton and Moody's monkeypox scars, you should love the treatment you got from the Keekster. In the Keister. All right, guys, let's knock out that $250. We are ahead for right now. Let's just keep doing that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Gift some memberships. Throw in a couple of bucks. Let's do this thing. So now, we have... Oh, shit. Okay. So you know that Billy Nord guy, that numero uno Josh Denny fan, told us we should vote for Minnesota Senate? Now I know why numero uno Josh Denny fan wants him to be the new Senate candidate for Minnesota. He's a Red Bar guy. Apparently, Billy Nord shared the link for last night's Red Bar episode. And that's why numero uno Josh Denny fan loves him. Bravo. Oh, by the way, for those of you coping about us killing the onions and destroying your cult, Jules Felker, Jules David, Red Bar's wife, was in the Red Bar chat last night, and someone asked her about Steel Toe. She goes, I love Steel Toe, and then she wrote, Kiki won. Oh, Red Bar even knows. Sorry, guys. Sorry about your damn luck. Stacking the W's. Gray Duckling with $25 says, not today, buddy. God damn it. I wasn't going to say anything about 2:30. I thought it was just going to happen organically. And then there's Gray Duckling just jumping in with $25 and shooting right past 2:30 today. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Pool Scam Sam, who's, I like Pool Scam Sam, but he's having coping problems as well, taking the L. He says, Red Bar's still alive? Wow, yes. Even in his current state, he's still felting your boy. He's still felting Melton. Although I will admit I'm less impressed with Red Bar because after I've crushed Melton for the last 2 years, I realize it's not that difficult, but Red Bar still deserves credit to be the first one to mentally break the guy. And then, like, I do it, Kiki does it, and it's just like Melton's kind of that guy who just gets passed around the neighborhood and beat up and owned. And like every step down the ladder that someone beats the shit out of him, you're like, oh, I don't feel as good about beating the shit out of him anymore. So Nick Fuentes responded to Tim Pool. And, you know, the difference between Tim Pool and Nick Fuentes, and I really hate to say this because just look at the little douche. Look at it. He just looks like a little boy wearing dad's suit. He bugs me. And Nick Fuentes, the difference between the two of them, though, is Tim Pool has zero sense of humor. Tim Pool takes himself so seriously, it's gross. Nick Fuentes, you could call him the worst names in the world, except Jew lover. He'd probably explode at that one. You could call Nick Fuentes the most terrible things in the world, and Nick Fuentes would just smile at you and be a shitbag. You'd think I'd like him because of that, because that's how I drive all of you nuts, as I just smirk at you and you just keep trying. But Nick Fuentes does it in a way that it does, man. It drives people insane. Before we play his response to Tim Pool, Adam Simon. Oh, you know what? Adam coming right back at Gray Duckling by sending us $2.30. $2.30 from Adam Simon. Thank you for the tooth hurdy, buddy. 225 away from today. Keep rolling, guys. We're on our way. Thank you so much for a great Thursday and a perfect week.
Tim Pool loves to do this tough guy routine. You can't do that with me because you're afraid of having me on the show. You can raise your voice. You can get your beanie all up in a bunch and all that on Timcast with your sycophants, with your numbskull idiot sycophants that you have on your show.
I always hate when I agree with Nick Fuentes. But like you saw it with all those guests sitting there just staring at him.
You can't play that game with me. You're afraid to have me on the show. I want Nick Fuentes to hear this. Yeah, as long as I'm not in the room. As long as I'm not in the room to address it. Big tough guy, big intelligent genius. I know the argument that's going to destroy Nick Fuentes just as long as he isn't in the room to respond. Just as long as he's thousands.
By the way, it's so immature. Destroy. People get embarrassed. You know, people get their credibility stripped away. But like destroyed, as long as you hit go live, you're not going to be destroyed. I mean, you can be humiliated. Keanu proved that. She took down an entire show. She didn't destroy it. She just ruined any credibility it's ever going to have. They will forever be the misogynists who went 5-on-1 on somebody. I'm going to guess this week, those guys, since they've been exposed and like I look so much better than all of them by comparison, because Kiki spoiled it and said, yeah, April said that Aaron never abused her, that Nick had her make that up. And then she said Nick was abusive. She said Nick was abusive, Aaron wasn't. And then those 5 guys ganged up on her and yelled, cunt, stupid bitch, just because she was owning them. They're going to try and do some desperate cope this week. I'm surprised they haven't done it already because they're so desperate to escape this L. They're going to try and make themselves look like the paragons of feminist virtue, like a bunch of fucking pussies. And they'll get made fun of even more. Just keep walking into the traps.
Thousands of miles away. I'm easy to find. You know how to reach me. If you want to humiliate me and defeat me in debate, hey, asshole, bring me on the show. Say it to my face. Come on my show.
You know, Tim Pool is doing an amazing thing here. Tim Pool is making Nick Fuentes look less gay. And that's really hard to do. And by the way, Nick Fuentes wants to get on these shows because he's banned from everything. Nick Fuentes can't do a show on YouTube. He can't do a show on Twitch. I don't know where he's doing his show right now, but he's still successful with it. He just wants to get on these shows and grab new fans. That's it. He just wants the exposure. So the reason Tim Pool won't have Nick Fuentes on is because there's no beating Nick Fuentes in a debate because he's not there to win. Nick Fuentes is there to make a spectacle of it, to troll the host, to get them to emote, to get them to go crazy and then go, haha, you're mad. And then he wants people to go flip over and check out his show. He's just doing it for promotion. It's like a Barnum and Bailey thing for him. And Tim Pool is the perfect opponent for Nick because Tim Pool takes everything so seriously. He'll take every piece of bait that Fuentes throws at him.
You're afraid of your precious YouTube channel. You're afraid of losing your mainstream platform access, which I lost years ago. Come on my show. Do it on Alex Jones. Do it on Zero Hedge. Do it on Elijah Schaefer. I mean, literally.
Red Bar? Do it on the Pod Awful Pizza Fund. That would be great. Let's have Jesse, I'll be the middleman. I'll moderate a debate between Tim Pool and Nick Fuentes.
Name the time. Name the place. You want me to hear it? Say it to my face, bitch. Say it to...
See, now he's gay again. Now, see that? See what I mean? This is why you can't take sides. This is why you have to be in the middle on all this shit. That was gay. Say it to my face, bitch. He might as well have snapped while he did it. Say it to my face, Tim Pool. Say it, don't spray it, honey. You better bring it.
In my face. Don't get all pressed on your show with all your sycophantic losers that you pay to sit there and agree with you and you talk over them.
You ain't lying.
I mean, those people be impressed by anything. And this is the game that he's been doing this for years now. I want Nick Fuentes to hear this. Nick Fuentes isn't ready for this argument. Will you have him on the show? Will you debate him one-on-one, have a discussion? Your morning show, your evening show, on this other show. No, I can't do that because he's going to get my YouTube banned. No, I can't do that because he offended me when him and Ye got up and left.
Well, do Rumble. Like, Rumble, is Fuentes still allowed on Rumble? I think you guys get the idea. I don't think we need to do a 6-minute, 30-second clip of Nick Fuentes. But, like, if you really wanted to do it, you could do it. That's the thing. Like, don't do that thing where you're like, I'll do it, but I don't want to lose my YouTube channel. Well, then you don't want to do it. And there'd be no shame. Like, I don't think anybody would blame Tim Pool if he said, I don't want to fuck around with Nick Fuentes. There's nothing for me to gain by fucking around with Nick Fuentes. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. But don't do that thing where, yeah, fuck Nick Fuentes. He's a piece of shit. I hate Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a loser. All right. Let's set something up. No, I can't. I don't know. That's a little flimsy, if you ask me. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, do it on Steel Toe. Says 8 a.m., Aaron's basement. Pool versus Fuentes. I like it. Let's do it. Let's Tim Pool versus Nick Fuentes in my basement. We'll hang out. We'll have a few drinks. It'll be fun. Cozy. Okay, that's the platform that he's on. Cozy. I forgot about Cozy. Landers says, I mean, look at Stu Peters. He actually shits on Jews and brings receipts. Nick Fuentes is just LARPing. See, that's the thing. Like, I don't want to be like, oh, whose side are you on? I'm not on anybody's side because I don't want to be stuck with having to defend Nick Fuentes, who I think might be controlled opposition and is probably hiding his homosexuality from his conservative audience. Mad Max Mardigan says, so to make Aaron appear straight, we need to get him into a beef with Tim Pool. Quick, someone get Aaron on Tim Pool's podcast. See, now why do we need to make me look more straight? I'm in a very loving relationship. We just got back from vacation. It was a whole lot of fun. I don't really see the need to make me look more straight. I'd love to go on Tim Pool's show. I would love the attention. Absolutely. But I wouldn't do it for the matter of making me look more straight. I think I look absolutely straight enough. Don't I? Don't I? Tell me I'm pretty. Tell me I'm pretty. 225 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Keep going. I like that you guys have been throwing these 20s at us today. Let's throw a few more of those down on the toe, and we're looking aces for today. We're only 225 away from another perfect week. I've lost track of how many that is in a row now. 10, 12, who the fuck knows? It's like 15 of the last 16. It's going bananas. Everything's turning up toe. Knock out that last 225, and we're winners. Thank you, guys. Donald Trump is still trying to coax Canada into becoming the 51st state. Am I the only, Trump voter who doesn't want this? Am I the only Trump voter who acknowledges that, if Canada becomes a 51st state, that's Trump just basically handing the blue states a shitload of electoral, another 60 electoral votes? What you'd have to do is, what are there, 9 provinces in Canada, something like that? You'd have to take those provinces and make each one of them a state. Like Alberta would have to become a state. Or not Alberta. What's Alberta in? No, Alberta's a province, right? Yeah, okay. So Alberta would become a state. British Columbia would become a state. All these different. Quebec would become a state. But you can't let Canada be one state because that would be a blue state. And because it's got 80 or 90 million people in it, it would get California level electoral votes. We can't have that. But Canada gets pissed every time Trump brings up them becoming the 51st state. So Donald Trump, like a true negotiator, has decided to up the ante. And he's decided to offer Canada something really, really sweet to become a 51st state. Before we get to that, text message coming in. Nick Fuentes was on Timcast with Kanye. It's not Tim's fault that Nick left when Kanye bounced. Tim had Nick on already. That's probably why Tim doesn't want Nick on his show, because he's an asshole who already walked off once. So Tim's never going to be on a show with him, so he can just bitch out again. Well, you know what? That's fascinating to know. And that is a bitch move by Nick, because that means that he valued that relationship with Ye. He thought that was going to take him somewhere more than he valued this golden opportunity he had to have this debate with Tim Pool. That's very telling too. So let's go to Donald Trump's new sales tactic to get Canada to become the 51st state. First, let's hear from Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada. What's his flexibility level on becoming a governor instead of a prime minister?
In our continuing coverage here on Live Now of Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's visit to Washington after his election victory just last Monday, we want to bring into the conversation right now Bureau Chief for all of Canada there at the Associated Press, our friend there, Rob Gillies. He joins me. Rob, thanks for being with us here. And I just have to ask, is Carney kind of riding this high from his election last Monday?
Yeah, I think so. I think, coming here was an important step, for him to.
All right, blah, blah, blah. Carney says that Canada is not for sale. Meets with Trump, tells Trump it's not for sale. So Donald, being the negotiator that he is, has a little pot sweetener for him. And on Tuesday, he made Canada an offer. And he said that Canada is considering giving up its statehood in exchange for protection by the proposed Golden Dome. Have you heard about the Golden Dome? Donald Trump's going to build a missile defense system that basically blankets the United States and keeps it safe from missile attacks from anywhere in the world. I don't know if if you've heard about this or not, but China is against it. Russia is against it. And Iran is against it. And North Korea. So the four countries who are most likely to launch nuclear missiles at the United States are against the United States of America building a blanket missile defense system. Odd. Very strange. So Trump is calling it the Golden Dome. He's offering to give the Golden Dome to Canada for no cost. We'll pay for it. We'll buy it. We'll install this missile defense system in all of Canada. All Canada has to do is agree to become a state. That's Trump's newest offer. Canadian officials have repeatedly stated the country is not for sale. But Trump said, I told Canada, which very much wants to be part of our fabulous Golden Dome system, that it will cost $61 billion if they remain a separate but unequal nation. But it will cost $0 if they become our cherished 51st state. He then said, quote, they are considering the offer. This sounds like such garden variety trolling to me that it's obscene. Like this is Trump being a fucking chucklehead to the Canadians. I'm entertained by it. I love it. I think it's great. But I don't believe for a second that the Canadians are considering becoming the 51st state if we just give them a $60 billion missile system, or missile defense system, I should call it. It is something, though, like what if Canada does? What if they're like, yeah, oh, no, we would never sell our country down the river. We would never become part of America. What's that, $61 billion? Yeah, sure. Trump has threatened in recent months to annex Canada, an idea fiercely rebuked by Canadian officials and their citizens. I mean, we kind of could if we wanted to, like a corporate hostile takeover. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney, who secured an election win last month, in part due to Canadians' opposition to Trump acquiring Canada, told Trump earlier this month that his country won't be for sale ever. There's that great clip of Trump and Carney, where Trump is going, we're talking about it. We're talking about them becoming a state. And Carney going, no, we're not. Well, we're discussing it. It's something we're talking about. No, we're not talking about it. No. It's the conversation's not over yet. There's a very funny back and forth. I don't need to do the Alex Jones clip of it. We've got to have just the Trump and Carney. Like, there's a good chance they could become the 51st state. No, we won't. We're not going to do that. No, totally could. Totally could. Nope, not going to. He's thinking about it. No, I'm not. I swear to God, sir, I'm not thinking about it. Kind of. I can't find the actual clip here without like 15 other people commenting on it. Without like 900 chuckleheads telling you what they think. I want to be the only chucklehead telling you what I think. I don't need a bunch of other chuckleheads, just me. Let's see if we add 51 to it. If we can get it. Oh, here we go. Here. I think this is our clip. Leave it to the Mexicans to grab it for us.
Citizens, tremendously lower taxes, free military, which honestly we give you essentially anyway because we're protecting Canada if you ever had a problem. But
look, he's so fucking pissed. And Trump is so matter-of-fact about things that are very humiliating to Canada. He's like, lower taxes, you'd free military, although you get a free military now, let's be honest, we'd take care of you. He's like, Mark Carney's just in his own head going, we're a real fucking big boy country.
I think it would really be a wonderful marriage because it's two places that get along very well. They like each other a lot.
Well, if I may, as you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale.
That's true.
We're sitting in one right now, Buckingham Palace that you visited as well.
That's true.
And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale ever. But the opportunity is in the partnership and what we can build together. And we have done that in the past.
So Trump's like, it would be great. You're going to become a state. It's going to be wonderful. He's like, well, we're not for sale. And Trump's smirking the entire time. He's like, maybe not. We'll see how it goes. Wally World with $4.99. Thank you very much, Wally. He says Alberta has a chance of becoming a state. They have all the resources, but get nothing in return from Ottawa. Something to maybe we get Alberta. Maybe after a while, Trump decides to go, I don't want you anymore. That price just went up. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says that golf text thing was gayer than if you and Nick had 69 to on air. # Billy Nord for Minnesota. If Red Bar gets Billy Nord on his show, that's fucking awesome. Jay Fish with $1 says Ronnie told me about the Golden Dome in the 80s and then stole our Social Security money. He's not lying. Ronald Reagan, remember Star Wars? Have you ever seen Star Wars? Ronald Reagan had Star Wars. It was going to be a missile defense system up in space that was going to shoot down the nukes. And the Russians told us, if you abandon this Star Wars initiative, we'll eliminate all of our nukes. And Reagan said, nope. It's like, what the fuck, dude? He didn't want to follow through on it. And then, yes, they did raid Social Security. Amateur Anth with $5 says, I find it pretty funny Canadians voted for a guy named Carney because Canada is a circus filled with clowns. Hey-o! Clown show, goddammit. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, you realize a lot of the war crimes that came out of World War I was just a list of what the Canadians did. They were savages. Really? Well, where'd their fucking balls go? Where'd those Canadians go? Where'd the cutthroats run off to? They all get Americanized after the war? 2:15 away from today. Thank you, guys. Keep going. We've got ourselves a little something going on here. There's a little bit of a rally going on. Everybody jump in for just a little bit. We got a little bit more to go, and then we are perfect for the week. 2:15 is the number. You know what I'd like? 200 by 8:30 is great, but how about under 200 before 8 o'clock? You got 17 minutes for that? It's only going to take everybody throwing in $5. You know? 4 or 5 of you throwing in $5. We'll be there in no time. All the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Get in there. There's the links. Click one of them. You got that card saved on your phone. Just punch in like, hey, I'm loving the toe today. No drama, lots of news. I'm loving the hell out. Aaron's in a fucking great mood. He's giving me the straight shit. Throw in a few bucks and we'll have this thing knocked out in no time. And it'll be another perfect week for the toe. This is frightening as all hell. We're getting away from international politics. We're getting away from fat girls screaming on lol cow shows. Now we're going to go into shit that will haunt your nightmares. Rat infestations. Now, rats come around in big cities from like, you know, the abundance of garbage that there is. Like New York has a serious rat problem because people just take their bags of garbage filled with garbage juice and they just throw them out in the street and wait for the trash collectors to come get them. Well, in a city that big, if you don't come by every couple of hours and collect the trash, rats are going to come and they're going to feast on the trash you're throwing away. You know, one of the cool things about Clearwater Beach was that SP and I would wake up early and we'd go outside and, you know, she'd go to Starbucks and we'd, you know, grab a little breakfast somewhere and you would get to see the early morning goings on of a major tourist destination. And man, it was so efficient. Like street sweepers are running through, they're cleaning the streets, sidewalk sweepers are coming through, garbage collection comes through every single day and is grabbing stuff up. It's beautiful. But then you have these big cities like New York where it's just like rotting garbage is out in the street and piss-stained homeless people, and you end up with rats.
New on the 19th.
Well, rats don't just show up in big cities. Sometimes a local community can get infested and you don't know what the fuck to do. I mean, when you get a major rat infestation, it really becomes like a game of whack-a-mole. You know, because I think rats breed like crazy too, so it's really hard to get rid of them. The best way to handle a rodent problem is to make sure everything's staying clean from the beginning. So let's go to this story in Massachusetts.
Oh, rats. The city of New Bedford dealing with a major rodent problem right there. And there's plenty of video to prove it.
Yeah, there is plenty of rats and plenty of video. Dozens of rats in and around a local waste transfer station have forced the city and that company to take action. Tonight, Team's Leanna Folk is live in New Bedford with how the leaders there are responding. Leanna?
Yeah, Dan, Emily, I'm live right now off of Shawmut Avenue and Nash Road, and traffic has since reopened after hours of roadblocks, and it's all because of what's been crawling just a few feet away from...
That's what I mean. Like, the rats get so bad. Like, this is how gross New York City is. So this New Bedford, Massachusetts, they get a rat problem. It literally shuts down their highway because they got to bring out vehicles to try and round up rats and kill as many as possible because it's going to become a serious health hazard, right? New York City just lives with it. I don't know if you've ever seen the videos of like the rats in New York City and how they get like as big as small dogs and like the Dominicans will kill them and roast them and you'll see a giant rat on a spit just in the streets of New York City. It's fucking disgusting. So these other towns, to avoid that kind of problem, to avoid that just being something your city deals with, they'll shut down roads. The city will spend money on exterminators. They'll do anything they can to keep that shit to shoe level.
Where we're standing right now, rats, and lots of them.
I killed 4 rats yesterday.
And that was just another day for Shawmut Avenue resident Gabriel Arsenio. Lately, he's been dodging rodents like potholes.
3-4 rats every day. It's big ones, not small ones.
The rats.
You imagine like your rat problem is so bad in your town that even illegals have an issue with it. Like people who came from a shithole third world country are like, this is unconscionable. We cannot have all these rats running around here. This is disgusting. Like, you came from El Salvador, bro.
Are out in broad daylight, in plain sight, and in numbers neighbors say they've never seen before.
Shit. Bunch of rats around here. Even across the street in the store, Price Right, and out the store.
It's getting bad around here.
Cell phone video shared with NBC 10 shows rats running wild on Shamwood Avenue. Animal control on scene, removing bags of dead rats.
Jesus.
The city says
oh my God! Did you see that? All those garbage bags filled with rat carcasses.
The city says the source of the surge is the L. Harvey Waste and Recycling Facility, which caught fire last week.
Once all that detritus was removed.
Oh, so the waste recycling facility, the rats were all they all lived there. You had them all focused in one area. Then the thing set on fire and they scattered. Oh, shit.
Now there's no food source for the rats.
Rats displaced by fire, flooding, and construction are now scurrying into neighborhoods and businesses nearby.
All right, you see all these European countries with this refugee problem? Hear me out. I have an idea. You know what? I'm sorry. I was getting ideas from how you take care of a rodent infestation, and I was comparing it to the immigration issues that Europe was having. That's stupid. My fault. Terrible idea. Continue on.
Out of the cart and they'd just be flying by there. My manager even pulled one out of the menu board at work.
I love people from Massachusetts. Just when you start to feel bad, you listen to that shitty accent. You're like, you guys deserve a shitload of rats, you fucking trash barrels. They had the menu board and they were taking rats out of the menu board. I haven't updated my haircut since 1987. And the menu board is all full of rats now.
To stop the spread, New
I
Bedford.
feel like rats are in the right place. Let's keep them all in New Bedford, Massachusetts. There is no reason to move them anywhere else. They're in the perfect spot.
Blocked off Shamwood from the airport to Nash Road. Police and animal control crews out spraying poison, setting traps, and sealing off the area.
We're working very closely with...
Can you imagine, if you don't get out there to clean up those rat carcasses, that's going to really start to reek. You ever had something die in, your garage and you can't find it? Oh, it's the worst smell in the world. If a mouse, if you've ever had a mouse. I remember in our first house, we had a mouse die in the garage and we couldn't find the mouse and it reeked like dog shit.
With the mayor's office and with Harvey and their pest control to make sure that this can get remediated as quickly as possible.
Until the cleanup is complete, leaders are urging everyone to take precautions, secure trash, shut garages, and don't approach any rats.
They need to do something. They do. Because you got a lot of little kids around here. They start chasing the rats.
1 or 2 is fine, but not multiple rats.
I love this. This lady is Massachusetts personified. 1 or 2 rats is fine, but if you got more than 2 rats, that's just, I'm trying to live in a nice neighborhood. This woman is Massachusetts. The hair, the sweatshirt, the no makeup look. She's totally fine with a couple of rats. We can coexist, but anything more than that is not okay for her.
Well, the good news is Harvey will be covering the costs of all pest control issues as a result of the fire. All you have to do is give a call to the city's health department. The details on how to do that can be found on our website. That's
all right, cool. Yeah, rat infestation. And then think about it. There's cities all over the United States where this is just the way it is. It's just, they just go, we just have rats. That's our thing. We just they run around. They're all over the street. I wonder if we can find a clip of one of those, New York will have rats as big as your fucking head. It's ridiculous. NYC rats. Population estimates. Recent studies estimate that New York City is home to approximately 3 million rats. And it's been surging in the last few years. There's a very specific video. Yeah, rat grilling in New York City. Here we go. So migrant, they've the migrant problem in New York City. A lot of these migrants will find rats on the streets, and they don't understand why they can't just capture them and kill them and cook them and sell them to people.
Yo, fam, please don't tell me I think that's what I think that is.
There it is. That's a rat.
My man said, I'm doing something about this rat problem in New York City.
Holy shit. That's how big they get. They're like, that's the size of rabbits. They're like, that's Gordy. They're roasting Gordy. Just Dominicans coming in and they're like, fuck it, set up the grill. We'll throw some rats on there. Can you, like, trashy urban rats? Like, can you really gut them and clean them and just eat them? Like, will you be, I have a feeling you're going to get sick. You can't just feed that shit to people. But they get big, dude. They feast on that New York City garbage, all 3 million of them, and they get gigantic. I couldn't live in a city where that's a thing. McBuster says immigrants bringing them in. Imagine the African rats, the South Africans, Elon's friends will bring in. I think New York has had a rat problem for quite some time. Somebody texts in, best way to deal with a rat problem, send them to another country. Already happened 109 times. Wait a cotton picking minute. That I see what you're doing there, you son of a bitch. You rat bastard, you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. $50 from Lucas. He says, been going through the worst time in my life. Having a hard time finding strength in the morning to wake up. Thank you for making it a lot easier. Holy shit, that's the nicest thing you can say to me, Lucas. Thank you very much. First of all, throw that man an Olbermann.
They are afraid.
I cannot tell you how much that means to me. In the 10 years that I've been doing Steel Toe, the one compliment that will always stop me in my tracks, the one compliment that will always get me is when people are having a tough time and they're not doing so hot and they say that this show, gets them up in the morning and gets them going. No bullshit. I know a lot of our audience has a hard time with like real moments, so don't worry, I won't make you too uncomfortable. But shit like that, man, that's why I do it. That makes me feel so good to know that I can have that kind of an impact. And I hope whatever you're going through, it gets better. You're a really good guy. I mean, to be that generous just because this show makes your morning go a little bit easier, that's holy shit, man. Thank you. You know what? I'm going to put Lucas in the, I'm going to extend it to top 5, and I'm going to put Lucas in there, and I'm going to keep him there because that means a lot to me. That Lucas, that the show means that much to Lucas. So I'm going to put him up there in his $50 in 5th place. There we go. Thank you, buddy. That also puts us at 165 for today. So now we're within striking distance. Keep going. Knock it out. Amateur Anth with $5 says New York is like Demolition Man now with the Democrat utopia feeding people rat burger. Oh, my God, you're right. It is Edgar Friendlyville in New York City. They're like, oh, here's a burger. Oh, that's a good burger. Rata. It's rat burger. It's good rat burger. Approachable says, there you go, Aaron. The pressure is on. You better be funny or that dude might decide not to wake up tomorrow. No, wait. That's not what we're trying to say. We're celebrating the fact that Lucas loves the show so much and we do such a good job that it helps Lucas through a tough time. Don't put the pressure on me of now if it doesn't go well that Lucas is going to play. That's not what Lucas is saying. You son of a bitch. Das Optic Nerve says, I hope Lucas feels better. I do too. I do too. Lander says, wait, Luke Skywalker donated to Aaron? Yes, it was Luke Skywalker. It was Luke Skywalker. 165 away from today. Hey, let's do this 5 at a time. Let's knock it out. I am starting, guys, the gaslighting is starting to work on me a little bit. I'm going to admit it. Kash Patel and his horseshit about the Epstein stuff, I'm starting to wonder, why the hell is Kash Patel? Why the hell is Kash Patel? Why is Kash Patel so adamant that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself? Why? Is it that he is so buck broken by the rest of the FBI and the swamp that he's just pushing this on us because he's been threatened? Or, we got to think about it. Maybe, just maybe, this guy's seen something that has convinced him that Jeffrey Epstein did, in fact, do it himself. It's got me wondering. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of traitor. I'm looking at it and I'm going, Kash Patel has never been adverse to a conspiracy theory. And he won't bite on this one. Why? Has he really seen stuff that's changed his mind, or has he been told that that's what he thinks about the Epstein deal? I'm willing to go this far. I'll meet Kash Patel here. Maybe the powers that be that controlled Epstein told him, you got to go. Remember Frankie Five Angels in The Godfather? They told him, hey, you can have a big feast, the whole deal, and then you go in the tub and you open a vein, right? And your family's taken care of forever. Maybe they gave Epstein one of those things, and then he found a way to hang himself with the paper clothing. Now, it still doesn't make any sense. The guards are gone. The cameras aren't working that day. The whole thing still seems a little iffy. But I'm telling you guys, Kash Patel went on Fox News. They tried to press him on the Epstein thing, and he ain't backing down.
But there is a lot of conspiracy theories out there.
There are.
The Epstein thing, you dealt with Maria, you said, as far as you know, he killed himself.
I'm telling you, he killed himself.
What can you do with a guy like that? He's adamant. I always try to put myself in their shoes. If I'm that adamant about something, I'm telling the truth. Like if I'm going, I'm telling you, because you just get sick of the bullshit. You get tired of repeating yourself. You're like, I'm telling you honestly, this is what I think happened. And like, come on, what do you? And you're like, fuck, dude, I'm telling you, he killed himself. So like, I can't ignore Kash Patel being so passionate and so, stuck on this position. What does he know? And maybe did Jeffrey Epstein take his own life? Tronanon says it's because he saw the file, and the file says that is the evidence. It's all tainted. Landers says Kash works for Mossad, not America. Landers says same with Bongino. They talk so big and all that shit to only walk it back. Yeah, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi. They all just talk this big game, and those are my three least favorite people in that administration right now. My favorites, amazingly, Marco Rubio, and also what's his RFK Jr. Those are my two favorites because they're the ones who are actually doing the things they said they would do. But these other people, why the sudden change? Tronanon says Kash Patel established himself for 25 plus years to turn on America in 2025. McBuster says Kash is Indian intelligence. They have leverage over some higher ups in our government. I don't know, man. How is he so adamant about it? How is he so passionate? Either he's blackmailed, he's bought and paid for, which is possible, or he does know something that the rest of us do not know. All right, here we go. Timothy with $5 says, Aaron, I'll be waiting for my money for that choke job of a game last night. Fuck Minnesota sports. Timothy, let's do this on the air. Let's give Timothy his money. Live on the air. How do I do this? I want to go to his account and I want to pay him from the computer. I could do this on my phone easily. Timothy, go ahead and tweet or email AaronImholtRadio@gmail.com. Throw me your Venmo handle. I want to make sure we do this $130 transaction on the show tonight. From my this morning, from my wallet to yours. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Taint Wolf, for the $5. You got to love Taint Wolf, right? Taint Wolf with $5 says, Aaron brings a silly happiness. I can't afford much, but he helps me secretly every day. Chin up, Lucas. You aren't alone. Well, guy, fucking make me cry. Christ almighty. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's very nice of you. We are now 155 away from today's goal. Look at you fucking psychos knocking this thing out. Keep going. I mean, let's finish it up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. And the donations today, we're getting gay with our donations. So, I mean, just keep the gayness at a high level and we'll knock this thing out and call it another perfect week. Ryan the Garbage Man says the rats in St. Cloud look for cars before crossing the street. I think I know what you're saying, and it's quite mean-spirited, sir. I think what you're doing might be racially insensitive. All right, let's get into our 7 o'clock hour stories. While we do, let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. You know what today is at Stoney's. That's right. Tonight is bike night at Stoney's. Bring your bike. I was going to say bring your hog, but I know this audience. Bring your bike, Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack. This weekend, they've got Brian the Midget. He's going to be there helping Cheetos celebrate his 15th anniversary. Go up there. They've got live music on the weekends. Stoney's with those delicious pizzas, those incredible Ultimate Bloody Marys. Nobody better than Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, right there on Broadway. Head over tonight. Head over tonight for bike night at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, All Care has the trucks and wreckers to pick up everything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment and everything in between. That means you. So if you get in an accident, you lock your keys in the car, you get a flat tire, you don't have the stuff to change it, use our friends at All Care Towing because nobody is faster than All Care. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. The suppressor process, they handle it start to finish at Midland Armory. It's so convenient and so easy. If you have any questions about suppressors, ask them at Midland Armory. Matter of fact, I did get a message from Derek today. They've got a shitload of gun shows coming up. The store will be closed next week. Any online orders will be processed as soon as possible when they get back. They'll be opening back up the week of June 9th, but they'll have a modified schedule due to being at the high school trap event. The week after that is Foley Fun Days. They will update as we get actual hours closer to up and running. Unbelievable, dude. I mean, they've got so much going on with Midland. They're running around doing all these shows, doing all these events. And also, Oz is going to be joining Midland Armory in Alexandria. He's back in the laser engraving business. So awesome for Oz. I saw Oz not too long ago. Looks great. Looks awesome. He was celebrating his niece's graduation. Good for him, man. And it sounds like Oz is going to be at the Alexandria Gun Show. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Internet person with $10 says a man needs a goal. He does. If a man doesn't have a goal, a man has nothing. Thank you, internet person, for the $10. Keep going, guys. We are wrapping this thing up a little earlier. Knock wood. Let's get to perfection. Nice and early. $150 away from today. Keep chipping in. Keep throwing in. I don't know. Gift some memberships. Do a little Streamlabs, a little PayPal, a little Venmo. Go ahead and hit the like button, hit the share button, hit subscribe. We've had ourselves a remarkable week this week, and I'm very excited to end it on a high note. Let's just get that last 150 hammered out, and we'll call it another win for the toe. Ben Shapiro's getting bitchy again. Ben Shapiro doesn't like, Ben Shapiro is Mr. Free Speech. Ben Shapiro is Mr. Say whatever you want until you come up against his beloved Israel, which I don't ever want to hear Ben Shapiro tell Americans what to do because clearly he does not see himself as one. Ben Shapiro should go live in Tel Aviv. Ben Shapiro should move his family there. It's clearly where his allegiance is. It's where his patriotism is. Same with Mark Levin. If you would compromise American security and American safety and American well-being to protect Israel, you like Israel more than you like America, and I believe you should go live there, because that way when you criticize America or you criticize Americans who don't want to fight wars for Israel, it will seem a little more honest. It looks a little dishonest to sit in the lap of luxury in the United States, shit all over the wants and needs of Americans who want to see us not get involved in these foreign entanglements and, watch us take care of our own selves. And Ben Shapiro not only criticizes those people, but he fucking insults them. He treats them like he calls them anti-Semites. He thinks they're anti-Jewish because they want to be America first. Same with Mark Levin. I think both of those guys they clearly value Israel over the United States of America, which again is totally fine. Just don't do it from here. Don't come on and do a podcast where you take money from conservative Americans and then insult those same people the minute they want, to put their country's needs first, and then call them things like anti-Semites when they're not. Ben Shapiro decided to go after Theo Von, Taylor Swift, and Jennifer Lopez. Now, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to guess that Ben Shapiro, now he's going to go off on them for acting like children as adults. He's going to say, why are we acting like 17-year-olds when we're in our 30s, 40s, and 50s? Well, Ben, why did you stay a child's height as you got into adulthood? That seems a little silly, doesn't it? We all got our crosses to bear, buddy. But what are the odds that Ben Shapiro went after 3 people for being, they're immature, they're this and that? You know what those 3 people have in common? All critical of Israel's actions in Gaza. Taylor Swift, Jennifer Lopez, Theo Von. I wonder if Ben just picked these targets at random. Let's have a listen. Let's give him a chance.
Thing that's happening in our culture where a bunch of people are masquerading as 17-year-olds who are actually middle-aged. It kind of is amazing. It really is kind of an amazing thing. If you are...
This is, Ben, you dipshit. This is not new. And by the way, that thing is getting bigger. I'm not crazy. It's getting bigger. This is nothing new. The Rolling Stones have been touring the last 60 years. A lot of that time is middle-aged to older men, and they're still strutting around singing the songs that they sang when they were in their 20s. Guns N' Roses is still out there doing their 80s shit. Ice Cube still does concerts where he raps about fuck the police while living in a gated community. Ben, this is nothing new. God, he's such a passive-aggressive little twat. They don't like Israel, so you don't like them, so you want to criticize them for something. Theo Von came up. First of all, Jennifer Lopez and Taylor Swift. You want to lump them in together? All right, fine. Why include Theo Von in this, who is nothing like the other two? Is it because Theo Von went viral last week because he did a 3.5-minute clip saying that what's going on in Gaza is a genocide? Ben, that makes a lot more sense to me than you mistook Theo Von for Taylor Swift.
Of middle age, you should act like you're of middle age. I don't mean you have to be a fuddy-duddy. I do mean that you should act like an adult. You're not a 17-year-old or a 21-year-old trying desperately to gain attention. You see this with Katy Perry also, right? Katy Perry is also making a fool of herself doing her international tours right now.
They're artists who are performing. They sing songs and they dance. That's what they do for a living. Ben, it's called the arts. You should know about that. Your people run Hollywood. Should we stop? Okay, we got it. Guys, middle-aged people got to stop making movies where they act like buffoons. It's not okay for our entertainment. Ben says it's not good. Ben's like, I'm not saying they have to be a fuddy-duddy. Yeah, but you kind of are. So apparently, if you're Katy Perry, you have to sit behind a piano, dressed conservatively, and just singing your song. Nobody would show up, Ben. God, this passive-aggressive bitch. Just say what you want to say. They don't want to join your wars with you.
Being silly. And you see it in the lyrics of a Taylor Swift also, who pretends to be a lovelorn 16-year-old girl, when in fact, Taylor Swift is currently age 35.
Yeah, she's not the old. So she's supposed to be some old maid at 35? She's about, how dare Taylor Swift sing songs that 16-year-olds can relate to at 35? No artist has ever done that before. Oh, but Taylor Swift criticized Israel's actions in Gaza. Oh, okay. God, Ben takes the weirdest positions because he can't just say what he thinks.
But you see it all over the place. I mean, truly. You see it in the manosphere, too. You see a bunch of people who are...
Oh, boy, Ben's mad at the men. Ben got a lot of wedgies. He got a lot of swirlies. Ben's got the same problem that Patrick, Carl, and Nick and all those guys have. A lot of them got bullied. A lot of them were dorks and nerds, and they're trying to get back at the jocks. And, Keanu was the cheerleader type. I played sports in high school. They want to get back. We were the guys that bullied them, and they see us as still bullying them now, and they got to try to get back at us. Come on, Ben. Ben, be a little better than this. You're a multi-millionaire. You're fine.
Sort of in the podcast space, who are cosplaying and being 17-year-old Beavis and Butthead types. I enjoy Theo Von as much as the next guy, although I think that his political takes are insanely stupid much of the time.
And there we go. Which political takes, Ben? Because he had Trump on and he was a Trump voter. You're a Trump guy. Which political takes, Ben? Don't you like? Oh, it was the Gaza thing? It was the Gaza thing. Okay. Anybody who watches this, I feel the need, because I tend to be more right than left, I feel the need to police people like this more than people on the left. We know what people on the left are. We know what their gimmick is. We got to police people like this because people listen to this guy and they think they're listening to an honest broker. He's so not. He's got his biases and his gimmicks just like everybody on the left does. He doesn't dislike Theo Von because he's in the manosphere and he's a man-child. Didn't have any problem. In fact, said he was a fan of Theo Von. Doesn't like his take on Gaza.
Because I just don't think that he focuses on that sort of stuff. And if you don't focus on it, he's not claiming to be an expert. That's fine. But if you're not claiming to be an expert, I'm not going to take your opinions on these matters particularly seriously.
I don't know. I didn't agree with everything he said in that clip he did about Gaza, but he sounded pretty educated on the issue.
Theo Von's a comedian. That's fine. It's also worth noting Theo Von is 45 years old. Theo Von is 4 years older than I am.
Looks great.
Theo Von is like, in the olden days, Theo Von would be closing in on the gold watch and retirement.
He's a fucking redneck. What do you want? That's how rednecks talk. Hey, man, I ain't coming in here. I ain't going to try to be the rat king in the barbecue sauce. You know what I mean, baby? That ain't what I do. I ain't coming around here to be some kind of sky pigeon running around on your picnic trying to be some kind of bull in a china shop. He's a dumb hillbilly guy. That's what they say, no matter how old they are. I don't want to be a cricket bug in a lightning bug festival,
And he dresses like a skater who's 16 years old, wears his hat backwards, and acts as though he's a refugee from the Stoners Club in junior high.
And you dress like the head of the Diamond District. Who the fuck made you the fashion police? That's his culture. That's where he comes from. Fuck him. If we say anything about that yarmulke or that kippah on his head, whatever it is, anti-Semitic, terrible. He makes fun of the way Theo Von dresses, which is cultural. That's where he came from. That's why he dresses that way. He feels comfortable. Oh, that's totally fine. There is this thing with Jewish commentators where as long as you're mocking the goy culture, it's okay. But the minute you say, okay, well, I accept your criticism of my culture, may I levy one at yours? Anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism. If it's anything white culture, then it can be immature and you guys are gross. But if turnabout is fair play, then all of a sudden we're bigots.
It's a little weird. Again, he's very funny. I'm not going to... I'm just wondering, and this is kind of the entire branding now. It's there's a whole generation of people who are 40 and up who are acting as though they are 20 and under.
That's not new. There's nothing new about that, Ben. Just admit you don't like these people's politics. Just admit you don't like their thoughts on Israel. This is a guy who sees the national opinion turning on Israel, and he's lashing out, and he's coping, and he's trying to take any little criticism he has and blow it up into something bigger.
And at some point, it's got to become a bit of how do you do, fellow kids? Now, to be fair, I've been 80 since I was like 15. Right? I am a fuddy-duddy. I am a grumpy old man. I've always been a grumpy old man. I was a grumpy old man when I was a teenager.
And nobody's telling you you can't be, Ben. You're a boring dork virgin. We're all fine with that. We're not going like, what's with all these conservative commentators who act like they're 80 years old? I can't stand it. They ought to stop. Because that's not our problem with you, Ben. Our problem with you is that you bitch and you whine and you proselytize to Americans about how America should be. And then they get on your side and they're like, yeah, Patriot Ben. And then the minute you try to say something nice about America that might not be so nice to Israel, you turn on it.
That said, there is something strange about a country that is rapidly aging, in which, because we are rapidly aging and we don't have enough kids, we have decided that adults are going to be the new kids. We're going to treat 40-year-olds as though they are 20 and 60-year-olds as though they are 30.
No,
it's a strange look. It's very, very weird.
No, you know what's weird? Is you making up this cultural phenomenon that doesn't exist because you're mad about what people think about Israel. That's what's weird, Ben. God damn, all that, dude. If you want to have Theo Vaughn on the show to debate Israel, go ahead. But, I mean, this is a weird way to go about it, brother. Faye Gigger Nags with $2 says, what's foing on, gag? I don't get it. $2 from Amateur Ant says, I've had black and Jew fatigue for years now. I saw this rant some black guy did. SP showed it to me. Some black guy went on this rant about a bunch of black women at a college graduation. And like, honestly, the guy was saying shit about it that I was like, oh my God, if I said this same thing, I'd be in deep shit. Like this guy would have, I forget, man, I wouldn't even have a YouTube channel anymore if I said it. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, enough with playing stories so you can try to get views with the clips you post later. Get back to the fun. I love making fun of Ben Shapiro. Don't you dare take that away from me. Grand Poobah with $2 says, so Theo Vaughn is Nick Cage from Con Air. Yes. That's exactly who Ben Shapiro is accusing Theo Vaughn of being. Somebody too writes, Ben makes me want to hang out with Sam Show. Yes. Ben makes me go, you know, that's why stories like this, I always like walk a fine line, because like, I know I'm not Sam Show, but at the same time, when I look at stories like this, I'm like, okay, I can't deny that Sam Show has a point. Sam Show has something to say here. By the way, that puts us just 145 away from today's goal. Thank you guys so much. Keep it going, man. We are almost there. Let's keep going $5 at a time. Let's gift memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We are getting close. We're getting close to my dream day, which is, you know, in the 8, 9 o'clock hour, goals knocked out. We're good to go. We barely mentioned the goal. It is great. We've only mentioned it when you guys donate. I appreciate that so much. Finish it off. Let's keep going. Every $5 gets us closer to zero. Ryan the Garbage Man says, I'd like to see a debate between Ben Shapiro and Dave Smith. That would be a good one. You know, because Ben's not an idiot. You know, Ben's not a stupid guy. It's just that Ben Shapiro is, I think a lot of times Ben's arguments come from a dishonest place. You know, he's making it. It's like that last video about Ben Shapiro and Taylor Swift and Katy Perry. It's like, you're making an argument, but this isn't what you're talking about. And that's a really shitty way to put content out there, because it's remarkably dishonest. You know, you're going, oh, Theo Von, he's great, but his political takes are stupid. He's 45, acts like he's 25. It's classic bullied kid syndrome. Like, it's classic, like, the bullied kid, the nerds in high school going like, oh, I hate those jocks. It's like, why? Well, because they're stupid and they're dumb and they're dumb heads. And it's like, no, you don't like them because they get girls and they have more friends and they go to fun parties. And like, it's okay. Just admit that. And with Ben Shapiro, it's more like, it's catty is what it is. It's catty. It's Theo Von dresses 20 years younger than he is. He doesn't like Israel. He criticizes Israel for what they're doing in Gaza. Let's call it what it is. All right. Lander says stupidity and dishonesty go hand in hand, Aaron. Yes, sorry. Ben is extremely fucking stupid. He pushes hand-catered talking points. Well, here's the thing, though. He draws money, so he can't be that much of an idiot. Although that Daily Wire, I hear, has not been doing very well lately. Thank you to Zen Man Builds with $5. $5 from a gifted membership, which is $5 from Zen Man Builds to Cunnilingo TV. So pass those along, keep them going. We appreciate it. 140 away from today's goal. All right, Fag Eager Nags. Enough with the fan fiction. Enough with the we all know that's not a thing. We all know that's not a thing. That was a quote by a man who's really mad that I destroyed him. Can't help. Some people get desperate. The more you beat on a nerd, the more desperate and crazy he gets. As a guy who just flew and had a wonderful experience, and boy, are my arms tired. As a guy who just used Delta Airlines specifically, love Delta. I could not be a bigger Delta mark. I've seen 2 stories now in 2 straight days of a Delta flight gone straight to hell. There was the flight where a woman beat the shit out of a little kid because the little kid called her fatty and Miss Piggy and said she wouldn't fit on the plane. So she snapped and she just started punching the kid and slamming his head into the window. I mean, I would have loved to be on that flight, 7-8 rows away, but I would have loved to be on the flight. And now we have this story where apparently some fucking pigeons got loose on an airplane. And I have to say, as the years go on here, there's this strange thing where, we're being more and more lenient with letting animals on airplanes. It used to be they got to go in the cargo hold if you want to bring your animals. What it really used to be was if you go on vacation, you're going to have to leave your animal behind, take it to one of those doggy daycare centers, have a relative look after it, whatever. My parents looked after Gordy while we were on our trip. I think it's kind of cruel to stow dogs on a flight because they got to go in the cargo hold, the belly of the plane. I just kind of find that to be a traumatic thing to put your dog through, but whatever. In this one, pigeons somehow got loose on a Delta flight. We'll get to that in just a second. First, Kyler becoming a member for 33 months. Thank you. Fagigger Nags, I think, might actually be gay, and I think he might actually be gay for me. He's got a weird fan fiction deal about old steel toe. I love it, though. Fagigger Nags with $2 says, coming from someone who beat off a nerd. You have a strange imagination that is very, very creepy. I just need you to know it makes you look gay. But I'm not here to judge. And I'm not here to cast aspersions. Who you are is your journey, and you're allowed to go on it. What are we, 140 away from today? 140 away from today. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. We're very close. Finish it off. $5-10 at a time. More if you'd like to. And let's call it another win for the toe. So here's some pigeons getting loose on an airplane on the finest airline there is, Delta. Ooh, that was a good move, though. You put the coat up, you catch the pigeon, and that's an accomplished thing, to catch a flying animal. Look at that. Oh, nailed it. Get him. Fall on him. Crush his head. Stomp on him. Instincts, buddy. See, like, stomp. Everyone start stomping right now. You're going to have to kill him. I'm sorry. I know everybody wants to do that thing. Like, remember that kid in school who, whenever there was a spider or something, they'd try to, like, trap it and let it loose outside? Fuck that. There's plenty of spiders. You can stomp on this one's head. It's fine. Same thing with the pigeons. Pigeons are everywhere. You can go ahead and you can step on this one. There'll be a bunch of others when you get off the plane. It'll be fine. But 2 of them got loose on a Delta flight. Let's get a little detail on this.
St. Paul here in the U.S. and 2 pigeons delaying the Delta flight from Minneapolis, St. Paul to Madison, Wisconsin. 1 pigeon.
Who the fuck is flying from Minneapolis to is that even a 6-hour drive? Hold on a second. Madison, Wisconsin. Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's a 4-hour drive. So, like, Chicago is a 6-hour drive, and if you fly there from Minnesota, it's about a if you fly there, it's a 45-minute flight. So a 4-hour and 5-minute drive would be that I mean, you wouldn't even get to a cruising altitude. That's takeoff, approach 30,000, and then right back down. Like, it's an A is the flight path. Get in your fucking car and drive 4 hours.
Taken off by baggage handlers, then the plane taxiing for takeoff. And look at this, that other pigeon suddenly flying through the cabin, heading back to the gate. Air traffic control clearly in disbelief.
Where'd they come from? How do you get a couple
Down
of...
to the latest on the plane.
Shut up, Michael Strahan. How the fuck do you get 2 pigeons on a plane? The flight was delayed by 56 minutes. Delta said it appreciates the careful actions of our people and our customers to safely remove the 2 birds from the aircraft prior to departure. I'm sorry, but you've got like a 20-minute flight to Madison, Wisconsin. Stomp out the 2 pigeons, chuck them out the door, and let's get going. We'll be fine. We don't need to save every bird, all right? Don't need to save every bird. Yeah, somebody said in the chat, perfect. They're flying rats. What was it? Remember when Pedro Serrano hit that pigeon in Major League 2, and then he, instead of going to second base, he ran to catch the pigeon and nurse it back to health? And then Monty said to Bob Uecker, he said, well, thank God the bird's okay. Who cares? It's a rat with wings. We're not at a shortage of pigeons. We're going to be fine. So apparently they got him. They were able to save him. Wahoo, the pigeons are okay. 140 away from today's goal. Oh, Landers says Mike Tyson was on board. Well, that's the problem. Mike Tyson said, you know what I'm saying? If you fuck up any of those pigeons, I'm going to punch you right in the testicles. And then you gotta let the poor pigeons off without hurting them. All right, let's go to this Joy Taylor clip. You know, I can't look at Joy Taylor. I can't see Joy Taylor have a take on sports without thinking, oh, my God, she fucked, what's his name? Not Ocho Cinco. Acho. Emmanuel Acho. She fucked Emmanuel Acho when she was at FS1. She fucked that executive from FS1 to get promoted to the Skip Bayless, Shannon Sharp Undisputed show. Like, she faced it. And then not only that, she told that hairdresser that Skip Bayless was harassing. She's like, you know, if you suck a little dick and you flirt a little and you fuck a little, you really get ahead at this place. It's something you can do. Like, I can't look at Joy Taylor and take her seriously on sports. Not that I was doing it a lot before, but I really can't do it now because all I wonder is, she fucked somebody to get this gig? Like, how honest is this? Well, she went on a rant about Aaron Rodgers yesterday. And it was such an odd rant to go on because Aaron Rodgers he doesn't play for a team right now. The Jets cut him. The Jets released him. And he talked to us. We weren't interested. He's been talking to the Steelers. He hasn't made up his mind on whether or not he's going to play this year. Well, this week started OTAs, optional team activities. And players, you know, they don't have to show up. It looks good if you do. Aaron Rodgers did not go to OTAs for the Steelers because Aaron Rodgers isn't a Steeler. Well, For some reason, Joy Taylor thought this was bad and Aaron Rodgers is bad and the Steelers should be pissed at Aaron Rodgers because a player that doesn't play for them didn't show up to their team activities. This is such an odd rant.
Yeah. Why? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have 6 Lombardies. They're coached by first ballot Hall of Fame Mike Tomlin.
They don't have a
never
quarterback.
had a losing
They don't have a
season.
quarterback.
And we're sitting around talking about Aaron Rodgers is not there on the first day of OTAs. Mandatory or not, where is your pride?
Like, I totally believe the stories about her. And, like, I don't like this move that, like, hey, we have to have more women on sports shows. And the women are like, I want my opinion on sports respected. And okay, we're going to fluff the hair up. We're going to have our fucking tits just pouring out onto the desk. Like, it's very clear why you're here. Your tits are pushed up as tight as they can go. They're pouring out of the shirt. And then it's respect my takes on sports. Come on. All right. Well, what, is she supposed to dress like a nun? I mean, if it's supposed to be about how smart her sports takes are, I mean, yeah, kind of. You got to dress a little bit like the sports, the church lady.
Where's your dignity?
That's why I say I'm going to give you my...
I mean, that's rich coming from you. You know where your dignity is? I believe your dignity was left in the sheets of that, God, I can't remember his name, that FS1 executive.
Another day.
Where's your respect
Emmanuel Acho left his dignity in your mouth.
for the game? Where's your respect for this organization? Where's this organization's respect for the history that they have in this league? What are we talking about? He's never played there before. He doesn't know any of these teammates. He doesn't know the streets to get to the facility. He doesn't know the
Right. So why does this upset you? You know, there's 31 other teams that he didn't go to their OTAs either because, again, like the Steelers, he doesn't play for them.
He doesn't know the doctors. He doesn't know the rehab crew. He doesn't know any.
We get it. He doesn't know any. You don't have to keep listing things. He doesn't know the corner of McDougal and Ashbury and whether or not the ice cream place has sprinkles on Tuesdays. What a dick.
Anybody doesn't know where to get his smoothies. Nothing. It's like, why would you not be there?
Because he's not signed to the team. The same reason Paul Simon isn't at OTAs for the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers not being at Steelers OTAs is the same reason that Fran Tarkenton isn't at Vikings OTAs today. He doesn't play for the team.
How am I supposed to take this seriously? It's not about him not being at non-mandatory OTAs for a team that
It seems like it is.
he's been with for 22 years. Do what you want to do. You won 5 games last year. The year before that, you didn't play because you tore your Achilles. The year before that, you missed the playoffs. What are we talking about? Now you got me crashing out, Paul.
Keyshawn's like, you want some dick or something? Like, would some dick calm you down? We could do that if you wanted to. Wally World with $26. Throw that man a Hogan.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Wally World with $26 says, put this on Lucas and move him up the leaderboard. That's really fucking cool of you, Wally World. In fact, that would have put Wally World at 60 for this week. And I think that might have got him on the board, but instead he gives it to Lucas. And that's going to move Lucas into third with $76. And Redbird into fourth at $75. Thank you, buddy. And that's going to remove Leah from the leaderboard. Sorry, honey. Apologize for that one. Thank you very much. That's also going to put us 120 away from today's goal. Thank you so much, Wally World. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Get after it and let's finish it up. 120. We are getting very, very close. Keep it going. Thank you guys so much. Rally it up. Couple of gifted memberships here and there. A couple of 5s and 10s here and there. We've got it. I mean, those 20s clearly do a lot of damage. Those are great. But, hey, a little bit at a time, and we'll get this thing hammered out. That's Hobo is being remarkably racist. about Joy Taylor. Hobo Chili says, yeah, diversity. My ass looks like the ruling council of Wakanda. He's a guy. Hobo's a guy. Approachable goes, Aaron Rodgers doesn't know what color Miss Lippy's car is. Yeah, she kept naming he doesn't know where to get a froyo in Pittsburgh. Sorry. Ed Harlow says, I'm imagining Sam Show talks like Paulie Walnuts. That actually would be. That does paint Sam Show in a new light, I would say. All right, guys, breaking news. Court blocks Trump's tariffs. Holy shit. President Donald Trump's economic agenda was thrown into chaos yesterday after a federal court ruled that he didn't have the authority to impose sweeping tariffs. The 3-judge panel at the United States Court of International Trade ruled in favor of a permanent injunction, one that would block the global tariffs the president announced on Liberation Day, citing emergency economic powers. The ruling will also prevent Trump from enforcing the tariffs that he placed on imports from Canada, China, and Mexico earlier this year. It does not affect the 25% tariffs on autos, auto parts, steel, or aluminum, which were subject to a different law than the one Trump cited for his broader trade actions. The administration has appealed the decision. Well, here's what I don't understand. Why can't he just then do more tariffs based on the law that wasn't challenged? He'll just probably do that. Kind of feel dumb, though, if you're the UK and China and like you've been working on all these trade deals. We get the trade deals signed and then the court goes, yeah, he can't do that to you guys anyway. Oh, fuck. Just rework the whole goddamn thing. Well, so I got to listen to some of this because I'm a little fuzzy on exactly what this court ruling means.
If you thought Subway subs were legendary, just wait until you try our new Doritos footlong nacho.
I don't think we need a 30-second Subway ad before we talk about tariffs. Are there tariffs on Subway sandwiches? By the way, Subway sandwiches are fine until you go to literally any other sandwich shop. Like the minute you go to any other sandwich place, you go, oh, I get it. Subway sucks a dick. It's rubbery meats. It's way too bready. Like the whole thing is just, Subway's kind of a sham compared to the others.
Trade war by imposing tariffs almost at will, issuing executive orders under the authority of emergency powers. But a little-known federal court in New York says the U.S. president exceeded his authority. In a 3-judge unanimous opinion, the U.S. Court of International Trade effectively blocked almost all of the president's tariffs, ruling the administration failed to prove a national emergency existed in order to unilaterally impose tariffs, which typically require approval from Congress. This order immediately halts his 30% tariffs on China, 25% tariffs on goods from Mexico and Canada, and the 10% universal tariffs as well. But the 25% tariff on cars, car parts, steel, and aluminum will stay in effect under a different law.
So then what's stopping Trump from, 30%, 25%, 10%, 35, 65, what's to stop him from just taking that steel and aluminum tariff and just turning it into a 90% tariff and same thing? Unless, I don't know shit about, how tariffs work and who has the authority to impose tariffs, but maybe this Court of International Trade is kind of left-leaning and they had no authority to do this, but they're just fucking with Trump. That could be it, too. Let's go to the markets. What are the markets doing this morning? How are they? I imagine they're way up if the court is blocking tariffs. What's the doubt? Yep, well, it's only up 67 points. How have we been doing the last month? We're a little down from our peak, but the tariffs. So the tariffs had this huge dip back on April 8th. It went down to 37,000, and now it's back up to 42,000. It looks like it was all temporary panic, and we're starting to recover. But, it'll be interesting to see what that does. Ed Harlow said, when I said that maybe these courts are a little left-leaning and just trying to cock-block Trump, Ed Harlow writes, maybe? ? Perhaps. Disrhythmia says, I miss Quiznos. We had them in Australia for a short time. Used much fresher ingredients, less processed. I am much more of I'm an Herberts and Gerberts guy. I'm not so much a Firehouse man. I'm Herberts and Gerberts and then a little Jimmy John's. Jersey Mike's is a little too saucy for my liking. But here we go. Here we are bogged down in the great sandwich debate of 2025. Honestly, I think the best sandwich places are usually your local places, like the smaller family-owned. Like we have a place called Bo Diddley's in St. Joe and St. Cloud. They're really good. They might be the best. And everybody's got that like Frank Sandwich Shop in, Murfreesboro. That's usually the best place. It's usually not one of the chains. Yeah, Das Optic Nerve says Parisi on Mott Street. The 2 times I've been to New York, oh man, this is embarrassing. Das Optic Nerve's going to have my ass for this one. The 2 times I've been to New York, like I've been to Little Italy, I've been to the Italian restaurants there, I've done all that. I've never gone to like a local deli. In fact, have I been to like a local, by the slice, hole in the wall pizza place in my 2 times in New York? I don't know if I have. I don't believe I have. Ooh, I'm a bad tourist, Das Optic Nerve. I've never been to a small, local, reputable deli when I've gone to New York, and I've never gone to like a by-the-slice pizza spot. I'm a piece of shit. And like I should say that, oh man, I got to go back to New York. But I don't want to. Like, no offense, buddy. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go back to your town. It stinks. It's stinky. You got giant rats the size of small dogs, and the Dominicans are cooking them, for God's sake. Let's go to MSO. He says, you should have went to Cat's Deli. I've never been there. It sounds like a place Sam Show would be very mad at me for going to. Uh-oh. Sam Show and Hobo Chili Recipe were getting along really well, and then Sam Show shit all over Italians. He said Italian food is all try-hard bullshit. And now Hobo says, Sam Show, now I got to call you out. Go fuck yourself. I hate Italians, being I am Italian, but we make pretty goddamn good food. Uh-oh. This could be a fight. A Jew hater and an Italian. Sam Show says, no, you fuckers just do a bunch of extra shit for no extra payoff. Oh, shit. You gonna take that, Hobo? He's saying that you guineas are all sizzle and no steak. You also needed to be forced to make pizzas properly. Oh, fuck. Sam Show versus Hobo. This is the fight we've been waiting for. King Kong Dong says, Sam Show, I thought we were friends. This is good. Sam Show's taking them all on today. Dub says, that was out of left field. Yeah, this is wild. Hobo, get in there. You gonna let this fucking jamoke talk shit like this? Hobo Chili says, again, I can't stand my people. You're preaching to the choir, but I mean, come on. Chicken marsala? The man says chicken marsala. I got to say, one of my favorite New York restaurants, Scarpetta, fantastic Italian place. Sam Show says Italians are N-words and they're mad about it. It's getting weird. I'll be honest with you. It's getting borderline offensive and a little bit scary in here. We got an Italian versus a guy who will not back down. Silverwolf with $5 says, oh, sure, you go to New York and buy a fake Rolex. Paddock and Roner, I think is what it was called. But you won't go to a deli or a pizza joint, you fucking piece of Midwest trash. Also, you didn't happen to find the tracking number, did you? No, it's not. Oh, my God, I was going to write to you yesterday. I apologize. I did check the tracking number. They had not sent it out yet from the place I took it. I don't know if it got caught up. I'm going to go there today. I'm going to bring them the tracking number. I'm going to ask them about it. and we're going to see if we can get that done for you. I saw you in the chat write something yesterday, and I was going to DM you. I got distracted with something else. I'm so sorry, Silver Wolf. But yeah, we're gonna deal with that today. You're gonna get your bobblehead, motherfucker. 115 away from today's goal. Thank you for the $5. Get in there, guys. I say under 100 by 9 o'clock, and then let's finish it off in the 9 o'clock hour for a big win for the toe. All right. If you guys don't mind, I want to have this hobo chili recipe versus Sam Show fight. Approachable says, okay, I like Italian food, but to be honest, 95% of Italian food is just dumping sauces and meats on top of noodles. Oh, boy. MSO says, ooh, try the chicken marsala pizza. King Kong Dong, I love my Italian food side. Garlic and olive oil are the best, so get fucked. Hobo Chili says, hey, did I ask my great-great-grandmother to get ard by the Moors? It's a good point. He didn't. He had no control over that. Sam Show says, all Italian food can be made with a can of tomato paste. Ooh. King Kong Dong, how can you hate on us Italians when we were on your side for World War II? That's a good point. Hobo Chili says, Sam Show is Northern Italian, I bet. Yeah, he might be. Eagle of America says Sam Show's opinions are based on trips to Olive Garden. No, Sorrento's in New York. If Sorrento's is still open, that's a nice little Italian place in Manhattan. Sam Show says Walmart brand tomato paste is the secret to all Italian food. Just add water and pepper. Same bullshit. Boy. Hobo says, I'm not fighting with Sam Show. Try again. I actually like the guy. Come on, you fucking pussy. He's insulting your people's cuisine. Silverwolf with $5 says, oh, awesome. Thanks, boss. Also, I stand with Italy. Food is great, and their firearms. That was an act out. Sam Show says, you Italians fucked it up in World War II. That's why you sodomized your leader to death. Bunch of incompetent gay F words. Boy. Eaton Clam says, sometimes you need a good mob war to clear the air. I'll be funding both sides of this one. Well, that's just further proof that Eaton Clams is Jewish. He's a Rothschild. Let's throw out a big thank you to Kevin. Kevin says, give this to Redbird and throws in $1.50. $1.50 for Redbird, so that's going to break a tie. Well, not really. It's going to tie Redbird with Lucas at 76. So we're close. We're getting there. That with that $5 from Silverwolf. We're at 110 for today. Keep going, guys. 110 away from today's goal. Sam Show says, look at how mad they get. They fear cans, the Italians. Oh, boy. Bo Beardington says, this Rumble crowd be crazy. They're fighting. Yankee says, Sam Show is on a ripper this morning. A little bit. Hey, while we're doing this Italian argument, if you guys feel like throwing a few bucks my way and finishing off this 110, we can do that too. Just an idea. Approachable with $1. Says, okay, Kong, we all know your take on Italian food is invalid, you wet-ass pizza lover. Oh, shit. Everybody's catching strays today. Hobo says, I don't give a fuck. I'm not having your fat ass tell me what to do. Try again, you chubby kraut. Shut up, you weak, skinny bitch. Look at you. Just because someone says, hey, go get him, you won't defend your culture? This is how cultures die. This is why the Moors were able to take you and your women over so easily. Is because, I have oppositional defiance disorder. If someone tells me to stand up for myself, I won't. Then sit there while Sam Show more fucks your ass into submission. Sam Show says Italians invented the Vatican. Well, I mean, stop listing their good qualities. Hobo says, first of all, I don't know what nationality is. I'm gathering Irish. If so, then I'm going to unload with both barrels. Oh, fuck. Sam Show, what are you? Wouldn't that be great if he went, I'm from Israel? That would be the ultimate reveal. Let's see. Sam Show, what are you? I want to see Hobo unload. Phantom X says, I love how many strangers in the chat are just jumping into the breach on this one. Phantom X says, I'm not Italian, but are we going to pretend that they're not the best whites? Italians are the best whites? Bro. The Anglo-Saxons. I mean, look, I'm a German, all right? I think we're the best. But, like, if you went by performance, the Brits, the Anglo-Saxons conquered the fucking world. They've got to be the best whites. And America comes from them. So, by connection. Oh, boy. Let's see. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, the best pasta doesn't have tomatoes. I'll admit it. Pasta limone is great. Italians are going to jump on me now because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Das Optic Nerve says some notable inventions include the telephone, barometer, espresso machine, gelato, and microchip. Start with the microchip. Hobo says, no, we fear our daughters bringing home a black guy. That's fair. McBuster says the Moors jizzed all over the boot. Wally World says, Da Vinci, need I say more? All right. Sam Show says, I'm a messianic Jew. There it is. Numero uno says, I'm prying a penny out of old Samuel Schoenstein's hands. Good luck. Ed Harlow says he's staying true to the bloodline. Change sides after you were beaten. Yeah, you fucking Italians. You know where your bread's buttered after the other loaf gets eaten. Hobo says, see, now that's not fair. I don't want Mossad killing me. Actually, I'd love to shit all over him, but that's fair. That's fair. Power Windows says Italians are the blacks of white people. Loud and proud. Just shut the fuck up. Silverwolf with $5 says people fighting in chat. Aaron, hey, maybe you can pay me during this whole thing. I actually I support. Hey, maybe you can pay me during this while I actually I support both sides. Fucking World War II Spain playing both sides over here. Hulkamash a baby with $1 says, calm down on defending culture, fatty. The way to drink alcohol, I'm about to rage that German card and leave you the rest of your trash lineage. Wow. Being fucking little lit up on the old Germans, aren't we? Some are saying gifting 5 Steel Toe memberships over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Hey, guess what? We're under $100 by 9 o'clock. We're at 95. Finish it off, guys. You're doing great. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Oh, there's Kevin with another $250 over on PayPal. He wants me to give that one to Redbird. That would be another $3 to Redbird. He says, give it to Redbird again. All right. Redbird is now in third place. He jumped ahead of Lucas. He's going to be at 79 is Redbird, and that's going to put Lucas in fourth place at 76. You got Miss Tay at 100, JD at 100, Redbird at 79, Lucas at 76. This thing is close this week, man. Holy shit, $95 away. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Let's keep going. Please remember, Aaron loves Chef Boyardee. I don't consider that Italian food. Don't get me involved in this. Numero uno says Italians aren't white. We are our own thing. Everyone else is beneath Italians. Yankee says Italians invented Gino. Enough said. Lamborghini and Beretta. Mic drop. I'll give the hottest women to the Eastern Europeans, though. Slavs are very hit or miss. Those Slavs are very, for every hot one, there's those women who look like Borat's wife. Don't give Eastern Europeans too much credit. The Scandinavians have it. Italian and Irish women can be beautiful, but they age like milk. That's a lot of the problem. Hobo Chili says, see, why do I have to defend a heritage I'm not a fan of? We're loud, abrasive, and all our wife beaters have gravy on them. Landers says, whites are the only race to improve the world. The other lesser dirt. Jesus Christ. Hobo says, I'm also Portuguese, and excuse me, but we developed slavery. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1. Says, I don't know about this culture war shit, but what I do know is Bill Nord is right for Minnesota. Nord 2026 for the Senate. He loves Bill Nord. The only thing he supports about Bill Nord's candidacy is that he loves Red Bar. That's it. Somebody, too, writes, those Viking blondes. Am I right, Aaron? No comment. They're fine. There's nothing wrong with them. They're okay. Phantom X says, Alexandra Daddario still looks great. Isn't she in her 40s? That's a nice poll. She's very cute. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, for a papist, Aaron acts very Jewish, but I can't give him more money. I bought the strap-on for SP you had on your Amazon wish list. I didn't have. He's lying. I don't have a strap-on my Amazon wish list, but here we are. Rebecca with $5. She says for Lucas. All right, Lucas getting another $5 thrown his way. $90 away from this morning. Thank you very much, guys. Very close to finishing this thing off. I got to put Lucas back in third place here. Forgive me for just a moment. Lucas is now at $81. Redbird is now in fourth place at $79. So that I think if people keep donating on behalf of those two, they might come in first and second for the week. Approachable says, now that we're on the topic, if your chin had one more fold, it would kind of look like lasagna. There. I'm going to do chin exercises. Chad Buzamak says, are we sure Aaron isn't Chinese? You know, with all those chins. I don't get it. I don't get the joke. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know what that means. What do you mean with chins, Chinese? I don't understand what you're talking about. Eaton Clamstein says, congrats on cutting your own lawn. There's still hope for you. I always cut my own lawn. I'm a cutting my own lawn kind of guy. $75 away from today's goal. Look at you guys just hammering it out at the end of the week here. Numero uno with $1 says Bill Nord has common sense economic policies. Put more money back into Minnesotans' pockets. Vote Nord 2026. Wild Card gifting a membership over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Keep those gifted memberships coming, guys. Thank you. $75 away from today's goal. Keep eating. Keep chewing it down. Chew, I said. And we can call it another win for the toe. Holy shit, are we moving? You know, yesterday I decided to get caught up with this Trump-Harvard business. So apparently this whole DEI war has escalated between Trump and Harvard to the point where the Trump administration has now moved to cancel all remaining federal contracts with the school. They wanted, the Trump administration told these universities that if you want to get any more federal dollars, you have to get rid of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, and you also can't let biological men play women's sports. If you don't follow that, you don't get free money from the taxpayers. And like, nobody's going to feel bad for Harvard not getting government money. The White House is directing federal agencies to cancel all remaining contracts with Harvard University, about $100 million in all. Two senior Trump administration officials told CNN it's the latest barb against the school as it refuses to bend to the White House's barrages of policy demands amid a broader politically charged assault on U.S. colleges. Now, I don't see any problem with Harvard saying no to the Trump administration and then the Trump administration going, then you ain't getting any fucking money. And then Harvard going, okay, this is where all the rich kids go. We'll just bump their tuition up, $50,000 a year. Well, not quite that much, but you get the idea. And we'll move along without it. We'll be fine. What's Harvard's Harvard enrollment? $21,000. So you need to replace, what was it? $100 million in contracts, 21,000 times, raise everybody's tuition by $7,500. There. $157 million a year if you raise everyone's tuition by $7,500. Those rich fuckers can afford it. Harvard tuition. 59 grand. So it'll go from 59 grand a year to 66.5. They'll be fine. Holy shit. Harvard's actually the cheap ghetto college of the Ivy Leagues. Yale University, 64.7. Stanford, 62.4, although Stanford's not Ivy League. There you go. So if Harvard bumps up their tuition by $7,500 a year, they'll be right in line with Yale. Perfect. Everybody's happy. Los Federales says, Aaron, the joke is Aaron's got more chins than a Chinese phone book. Oh, thanks. I didn't actually get the joke. I didn't actually know that you were making fun of my face. You know what? This weekend, I might take that camera and move it up. Maybe I can't take it anymore. You guys know me better than that. I don't give a fuck what anybody says about me on the internet. I can't be bothered. Especially when I know it's all jealousy because I'm a matinee idol. Balls Deep with 99 cents. Thank you very much, buddy. $75 away from today's goal. Chad Buzamak says, you won't. He knows me too well. You know, guys, I'm going to go do shit. Bet you don't. Shut up. Nick Riggietta's non-practicing pecker. By the way, somebody posted yesterday on Twitter that nitrous abuse kills your balls. Your balls die. Yikes. Little tiny dice. $9.99 from Nick Riggietta's non-practicing pecker says this is for Lucas. Well, there we go. Lucas is now at $91. Just $9 away from the top of our leaderboard. And now we are just $65 away from a perfect week this week. Thank you guys very much. This goal is getting knocked out so early today. Thank you guys so much for such an incredible Thursday. This has been a fun one. $1. You hear that? From Thermodyne Diesel, he says Harvard has $53 billion in its endowment. You know what? On second thought, I think Harvard's going to be fine losing their $100 million from the Trump administration. I think they're going to be able to make it go. Yeah, so that's fine. I don't care if Harvard wants to have DEI. I don't care if Harvard wants to do the trans sports thing. As long as my tax dollars don't go to fund it and people want to go to that school, no skin off my back. Ryan the Garbage Man texting in saying, I didn't notice the double chin before, but now I can't unsee it. We got another one. Isn't that fucking great? Also, I watched a Keno Casino clip before the show, and it was really weird to have the Keno Casino boys like telling me that I did a good job. They were like, this is a clip I've watched of Aaron. He's really good in this clip. I'm like, I do a fucking solid show. I'm a funny guy. I'm better than anybody else you're watching. And I know it's because I was fucking brutalizing Rekieta again and bending him over, and they like that. But, like, usually they'll still shit on me, but they're like, he's really good in this clip. And then, just when I'm thinking, hey, PPP and Worski and I, we're okay, we're all right. Then they go shitting on Johnny. And they're like, God, Johnny adds absolutely nothing. And then Johnny actually added something in part of the clip, and the Keno Casino guys go, oh, that was abysmal. He's just worthless. And I'm like, can we have a clip where you compliment the both of us, please? Kevin with 20. Oh, guys, you want to see some Jewish shit? So Kevin has been throwing money at Lucas for the last few minutes. Now he goes $20 and says, give it to Redbird. Oh, you dirty dog. Give him a Hogan.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
But now that's $20 to Redbird. Where does that put us? Redbird is now in third place at $99. So Redbird's at 99. Lucas is in fourth with 91. And we've got somebody funding both sides of this operation. You dirty, rotten scoundrel, I tell you. $45 away from today's goal. Very, very close. Pool Scam Sam says, what, Johnny can't afford YouTube Premium? What's this? Really? Johnny's got ads on his YouTube? To me, the bare minimum is you get YouTube Premium. Oh, by the way, if you're a YouTube Premium member and you watch this channel, the more time you watch this channel, we get revenue from it. Same thing with Rumble. If you're Rumble Premium, we get more revenue when you watch the show and you don't have to watch ads. It's the best of both worlds. All right, I have been having a lot of fun with you guys these last this last half hour or so. But I think it might be time to move on. Although Silverwolf with $2 says this is for Redbird. All right. Redbird is now officially in first place at $101. Miss Tay in second. And JD in third, both with $100. And Lucas is in fourth at $91. So this is all close. Everybody's within $10 of each other, and we've just got $45 left in today's goal. Buzamok says, in fairness, I think Johnny getting a new place to live is higher in demand. Aaron, let Johnny live with you. I can't do that. No. And I don't understand. Like, Johnny is disabled. Like, the government will pay for him to live somewhere. I don't understand that part. Like, I know disabled people, shut up. And disabled people get grants and shit from the government to live certain places. So I don't know if Johnny just hasn't looked into it, or maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know. But somebody put Johnny's Venmo or his GoFundMe in there. I prefer to do the Venmo, but you guys go ahead and link it in the chat. And once we hit the goal, we'll pin that to the top of the page. And if we go over, we'll throw it into Johnny's stuff. Los Federales says, that's great. Now I don't have to donate to the show because my YouTube Premium pays you anyway. Hey, you know what I say? If you watch every day and you've got YouTube Premium, you're probably throwing us, $10, $20, $30 a month. I mean, it ain't nothing. Fanatical Bucks fan says, Johnny said he works too much from what he said. Well, so should I, if I pay him less, would that help him? I mean, what if so wait, is Johnny trying to say, if I cut his pay, he could get more benefit? I don't understand. I don't understand how a lot of that government shit works. A lot of that government shit works in opposition to how you'd think it should work. It's government. Here you go, Sam Show. Here's a good story for you. While Steel Toe is only $45 away from today's goal, keep chipping away. Let's hit it. Let's hit it before 9:30. Why the hell not? And sprinkle it around, Throw a little at Tay, throw a little at JD, a little at Redbird, a little bit at Lucas. Now let's see if we can't get a little an interesting little race to the finish line going. Numero Uno says, wouldn't have guessed Aaron would cut the legs off Johnny's fundraising efforts live on air. I said post the fucking link, you tard. How much more? I swear, words come out of my mouth and ears twist it, and then I'm evil by the end of it. I don't understand. Sam Show, you're going to love this next one out of Tucson, Arizona. A teacher's comparison between Trump and, you guessed it, Adolf Hitler is leading to a district investigation. Now, this is not uncommon. Like, when it comes to the classroom and it comes to teachers getting in trouble, usually the number one thing they're doing to get themselves in trouble is some kind of anti-Trump thing. It's funny, like these teachers get in more trouble for anti-Trump rants than they do trying to transition a kid and keep it from their parents. They celebrate that part. But then when it comes to like, hey, Trump is Hitler, they got to be investigated. It's crazy. Let's go to this story out of Tucson and see how bad it got. And by the way, these teachers who go off on these political rants, these kids are just snaking them with the phones. I mean, they're hitting that record button, and they're holding them up at the ceiling, or they're just sitting them there on the desk, and they're getting every second of these teachers losing it. Uh-oh. Come on.
Has turned to News 4 Tucson investigators after they say one of their teachers compared President Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler during a history lesson.
Bullshit. Hitler dressed nicer.
Parts of the controversial lecture were recorded. News 4 Tucson's chief investigative reporter, Corus Nylander, looks for answers in tonight's News 4 Tucson investigation.
Well, it all allegedly happened during a discussion.
This is the kind of reporter I can trust. I know that this guy's going to give me the good shit. I know that this guy's going to do it right. And you know why? Because he's ugly as a mud fence. He looks like a fucking asshole. And I know that he's there because his journalistic integrity is stout. You know, this guy goes and he talks to sources. He's a pit bull.
Discussion about World War II. A student here at Cholla High School left class feeling very upset because they say their teacher started to make parallels between President Donald Trump and Adolf Hitler. And then...
Now, I don't understand that. Adolf Hitler rounded up Jews and put them in concentration camp. Trump rounded up Jews and put them in his cabinet. So I don't really understand where the comparison is. They're not the same.
His entire generation into the conversation.
Also, your generation with the lowest information level is the biggest supporter of Donald Trump.
Lowest information level. You understand that young people have far more information at their fingertips than really even millennials did. And millennials could go online and search anything while we were in school. And the amount of access to information has only gone up since then. You're really going to say that boomers take in more information than Gen Z and Gen Alpha kids do? Shut up. Now, look, like anything else, the more access to information you have, the more free you are to go, I like that information, and that information, and we're going to skip that information, and that information. Like, that's true. That's accurate.
He has that in common with Hitler, too.
That's a secret recording at Cholla.
You know, for some reason, when Hitler pops up on like a TV show, like a screen like that, it's never not jarring. Like, I still can't get used to Hitler's face 38 years into life. Like, when I'm watching a news story, it always feels inappropriate. Like, even if they're talking about Hitler. I'll be watching a Hitler documentary and I'll go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Do we have to show the guy's... Jesus, guy, you going a little hardcore on me there.
A high school student captured earlier this month in the middle of a lesson on World War II. The student says he started recording because he felt the teacher's comments were inappropriate.
She's trying to put her beliefs onto us.
He got cowboy boots. You know, this kid's got a shotgun rack in his truck. He's got his Wranglers on. Yep, this is MAGA.
He catered to the youth, and the youth catered to him. We'll talk about that a little bit more.
I don't appreciate her telling me like that me and my generation are Nazis for voting.
My generation and I, young man. My generation and I.
Or for like being the biggest Trump supporters. I don't appreciate that.
He says it's not the first time this teacher has blended her personal opinions into lessons. The discussion also
Come on! Come on! Like, that's clearly the kid's dad. Like, this is MAGA country. This is my daddy was a farmer, and I'm going to be a farmer, and it's the white in his knuckles, the gold in the buckle. He'll win the next go-round. It's boots and chaps, it's cowboy hats, it's spurs and a lot of go. It's the ropes and the reins and the joy and the pain, and they call the thing a rodeo. Daddy rode broncs. I'm gonna ride broncs.
Angered the student's father.
Bullying, because in a sense she's calling our kids Nazis for their beliefs, and it's not something that our kids need to be hearing.
It's just a fatter pair of feet. That's all it is.
Father says he did not bring his concerns to the principal or the district because he believes the issue will be ignored. He felt the News 4 Tucson investigators would have a better chance getting answers.
If I tell one person, the superintendent, the principal, whatever, I honestly think it's going to fall on dead ears.
The News 4 Tucson investigators reached out directly to the teacher last week to get her side of the story, but did not hear back. Cholla High School is part of the Tucson Unified School District. We sent TUSD the video.
He has that in common with Hitler, too.
Hitler. He has that in common with Hitler, too. That means when he started, usually you start a recording in the middle and people are like, oh, you probably missed a part that made them look better. No, he missed the part where she was comparing him to Hitler more. Like, him starting this recording in the middle actually might help this teacher.
It sent us a statement saying, quote, Tucson Unified is aware of the allegation and it's under investigation. Due to personnel privacy matters, we are not able to disclose any other information. The News 4 Tucson investigators combed through TUSD's policies and procedures. According to its administrative guidelines, a teacher is allowed to discuss political topics only if it's appropriate for classroom studies. It says the teacher...
Well, I mean, they were having a discussion about the Nazis. They were having a discussion about World War II. So, I mean, technically, that counts, right? Like, you can make a Hitler-Trump comparison as long as, I mean, they're talking about the war.
Can't support or oppose any political position.
Oh, well, there goes that. Never mind. She's fucked again. We saved her for a second, but now she's fucked again.
And the pupils are not given written materials that support or oppose any political position.
You retarded kids and you're voting for Trump is fucking up this entire country, and he's just like Hitler. Yeah, I think that might be taking sides.
In this case, the father and son want to see the teacher disciplined.
I want to see you guys shop at a different store from each other one time. You know what it is? This guy's wife does all the shopping for the family, and like the guys never go with her, so she just picks them all up the same shit in different sizes.
I believe there should be higher punishment for this.
I think a lot more people need to see and do stand up for this stuff and not allow it. You know, this is our kids' education we're betting on here, and we just got to do better.
And we're going to stay on top of this and update you as we learn more about the district's investigation. Reporting outside Cholla High School on the west side, Corus Nylander, News 4 Tucson.
I like that guy. He's a pro. Prediction? Is she fired or is she just suspended? I have a feeling they're not going to can her over this. I have a feeling they're going to be able to say, well, you know, she did it as part of a lesson. So if she did it as part of a lesson, then it's okay. It was still a little jarring and the kids weren't okay with it. So we don't want her to do that again. But, you know, they're gonna weasel out of this. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1. Says, in Billy Nord's Minnesota, everyone crippled by MS will have the support they need. Nord for Senate 2026. It's touching. It's a touching tribute to old Billy Nord, who numero uno Josh Denny fan loves, primarily for his Red Bar fandom. And thank you, Rebecca, for the $5. Rebecca throwing a 5 at the toe. What does she have to say? Rebecca says, put Miss Tay back at number 1. Oh, boy. All right, Miss Tay is now at 105. It looks like I might have to do some typing here. They're greasing the skids for everybody. So Miss Tay is now in first at 105. Redbird is in second at 101. JD is in third at 100. And Lucas is in fourth at 9. Kevin with $9 says, give it to Lucas. All right. Now Lucas is at $100. Look at that. This is really close. Miss Tay's at 105. Redbird's at 101. JD and Lucas are tied at 100. And we are $35 away from today's goal. And if we go over today, the over is going to Johnny. Why haven't any of you put Johnny's link in the chat? I'm a little... Where is it? Where's the link to Johnny's stuff, for God's sake? Throw it in there. $35 away from today's goal. I mean, you guys have been crushing it today. If every day was like this for the toe, I think every day would be a vacation for me. Unbelievable. Hey, you know how like my biggest hang up with the Trump administration is that these lying fucks did the we're going to release the Epstein stuff tomorrow, and now the Epstein stuff still hasn't been released? Well, leave it to Rudy Giuliani, old hair dye dripping down his face Giuliani, to explain to us exactly why. You know, I'll tell you this. I want somebody who's as loyal to me as Rudy Giuliani is to Donald Trump. Now, I feel I have that now in the woman I'm with, but the way I hear Rudy Giuliani defend Donald Trump, I'm like, having a ride or die like that is really the difference between feeling you belong and feeling you don't belong. Rudy was doing an interview yesterday, and he's telling us all, hey, I know why the Epstein stuff hasn't been released. Aaron, stop being a dick to Kash Patel. Stop being a dick to Pam Bondi. Here's what's really going on. Let's get the straight dish from Rudy.
Do you believe that there is a preponderance of Epstein evidence that still exists? Do you think that we'll ever see anything, Mr. Mayor?
I think I think it still exists on Epstein, and I think I think we are going to see it, and I think they're struggling with it. I really do believe that. I think we are.
Why are they struggling?
Because I think it probably involves something that could have big implications.
See, but that's what I'm saying. I think Trump is in there more than we think he is. And they didn't realize how much Trump would be in there. I don't even think Trump realized how much he'd be in there. And I think they don't want to release that because obviously it would look shitty. Here's Trump for years and years. Release Epstein, release Epstein, release Epstein. Then they release Epstein and they're like, sir, you were on that plane a few times. He's like, fuck. You took a trip to the island, sir. Oh, God damn it. I didn't have sex with teenagers, though. It's going to be hard to convince people of that since that was the having sex with teenagers island. So I think the reason they're not coming out with it, a lot of people think it's because, the deep state is interfering and people are blocking it and they're withholding evidence. I think it's because they're trying to make sure all of the people in the Trump administration look good and all of the people in the other administrations look bad.
On our national security, foreign policy, allies.
If you're going to protect your allies over outing a child trafficker who used his wealth, influence, power, and connections to gain blackmail for our most powerful people, fuck you. I don't care about our allies. Let's release the info.
It has to be something very, very, very sensitive. Yeah. The Kennedy thing, I think, is gone. I think we're just going to be one of those things where we're going to be discussing it 100 years from now, if we still have history as a course.
Well, but we released all the we saw all the Kennedy files.
Well, certainly not in the Ivy League schools. They don't do history any longer. That's a subject that isn't taught.
All right, so old man Giuliani is just babbling. That's what it is. Well, we got to make sure we're protecting our allies, and we got to make sure, yeah, right, we got to make sure we protect all of our allies rather than just, going out there and, releasing what's true and just being transparent and not hiding shit. We got to make sure our allies, by the way, when I hear we got to make sure our allies are okay, to me, all I hear is Israel. That's all I hear. Hey, Lucas with another $30 says, great show. Thank you, everyone, for the support. You deserve to knock this goal out early. Lucas with another $30. Give him a Hogan.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
And we're only $5 away from an easy win. Pancration Goose with $2 says, why do you refuse to put up Johnny's Venmo? I refuse. I simply won't do it. I don't refuse. I've been screaming for the link all fucking day. I've been screaming for it. Oh no, McFuster says Red Bar makes Melton feel. Nick and Melton deserve to be friends because they both do the same thing. If they project something, they're doing it. Like Steel Toe historically has made Melton melt down and crash out and feel more than anyone else. mostly by not doing anything. Well, Red Bar first, then me. So he did that feel thing because of his insecurity, because of how bad we fucked him up. And again, just by hitting go live, we're going to make sure Aaron never streams. We won. Keanu won. It's over. I can't wait to see what the next cope is. It's brutal. I win. I can't stop. They can't wipe the smirk off my face. It's the nerds who were bullied by the jocks in high school. Kids, I got bad news for you. The cheerleader and the jock have been taking you to the woodshed for 45 years. It's going to be happening for the next 45 years. Sorry. $5 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. By the way, you are more than welcome to seethe in our chat. We do so love reading them. Sam Show, thank you very much. He finally put Johnny's link to the Venmo. It's right there at trackdoc.com. Trackdoc.com. I had no idea that trackdoc.com was where Johnny was hosting it. You know, it makes sense. I've been seeing a lot of those links in the Rumble chat. I just had no idea. Kevin with $6 says, give it to JD. All right. Well, the goal has been hit for today. Lucas is in first at 130. We got to change our standings here a little bit. And then the $6 went to JD. So now JD is in second. This is going to be fun. At 106. Miss Tay is in third at 105. And Redbird is in fourth at 101. So there we go. That's what the standings look like right now. Lucas at 130, JD at 106, Miss Tay at 105, Redbird at 101. And I'm sorry, Seethers. I apologize. Steel Toe making them feel again. That's the goal, and another perfect week, baby.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Why do they come to me to die? Why do they come to me to die?
Sorry, guys. I know you come here every day and you're hoping, but you know what? Hey, look at me. There's always Monday, guys. There's always Monday. All right. Give me the link. Give me the link. Throw me the Johnny link. Eaton Clam says Johnny's link told me that I have a plastic fork for a brain. It's what? Crib for a cripple or something? That's a little like too much self-deprecation for me, by the way. Fundraiser, help a cripple get a crib. There we go. There we go. Where is it? Now, stop donating to Steel Toe. We've hit the goal. We've knocked it out. Now for the next hour, just give Johnny all your money. There we go. And boom. And it looks like if nothing else comes in today, our final standings, Lucas 130, JD 106, Miss Tay 105, and Redbird 101. There you go. All right. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says we hit the goal. Overtime today, go till 11. No, you guys already get the overtime. Numero uno. How dare you? You ain't getting my money. He's coping and seething. He says, Johnny and Lucas can both eat a bullet. You're Citizen M. We've broken your brain. It's your religion, and you can't get away from this. Look, I'm going to give you a break because you've had a really tough week. So I went on vacation, and you're thinking, yeah, free shots on Aaron. We're going to get them. Boom. The embarrassment of Hackamania continues. All of those fat Bucky the Beaver dorks look like shit. Nick tries to make hiding drugs next to your kids look cool. What a fucking loser. And then Keanu comes in and steamrolls you. Then you got to watch the whole internet outside your bubble going, Steel Toe won by doing nothing. He goes on vacation and he's stacking W's. That's got to be tough for you guys. It really does have to be tough. And then you watch me come back and smirk and smile and win. And you watch Keanu continue to expose your boy Nick as a liar to the point where he has to block her. I'm going to let you guys have your seed sessions and your group therapy sessions because really, you need it really, really bad. You really do. I understand. Like, honestly, I'm your friend here. I'm empathizing with you. All right, let's open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. All of Johnny's links and stuff are up at the top of the page. Go ahead and throw in. It's another win for the toe. It's a perfect week. And we've still got so much stuff to go over here. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. And tomorrow, of course, is Rumble Friday. Make sure you're hitting like. Make sure you're hitting follow. Make sure you're hitting subscribe. Ed Harlow with $1 says, free shots on Aaron is what happened in the Keys. Ouch. It didn't, I mean, that's not what happened. I wasn't even in the Keys. Thank you very much. One thing I'm really liking about this Trump administration, I'm really digging the fact that Donald Trump is standing up to Israel. I didn't see this coming. Like, I thought Trump was a dyed-in-the-wool Israel guy. It's one of the things that I disagree with him on. But, the guy has come out and he has told he's dedicated to peace. Like, Trump does not want any more wars. He thinks these wars are all bullshit. And he doesn't want to get this was his first term, too. Israel kept trying to push him to attack Iran. Go into war with Iran. And Trump's like, no, I'm not going to do it. Now, this second term, Trump's not only determined to not go to war with Iran, but he's determined to get a peace deal with them. He's trying to figure out what it'll take Iran to create peace with them and create peace with Israel. And it's so telling to watch Iran and the United States try to negotiate a peace, and Israel go, no, we don't want peace with Iran. Right. You want the Ayatollah gone. You want him dead. You want their government overthrown so you'll have more control over the region. It's getting to that point where, like, I'm never going to say Iran's the good guys. They're an evil dictatorship. But, at some point, people who love Israel got to look at them and go, are we the baddies? Let's go to Trump setting the record straight on Netanyahu. I actually saw this in the gym when I was in the sauna yesterday. I actually saw this part of the press conference.
Did you warn Prime Minister Netanyahu against taking some sort of actions that could disrupt the talks there in a phone call last week?
Well, I'd like to be honest. Yes, I did. We're having very good discussions with him, and I said, I don't think it's appropriate right now.
Good for him. That's how it should be. We're the world superpower. We don't get led around the nose by some fucking desert nobodies. Like, your country is this little tiny. It survives only by our good graces. You should sit down and do what we tell you to do. Like, who's the big dog here in this relationship? It's us. Let's start acting like it. So him calling Netanyahu and going, look, I got peace talks going with Iran right now. Cut the shit. That's the way we should be treating Netanyahu.
Because if we can settle it with a very strong document, very strong, with inspections and no trust. I don't trust anybody. So no trust. I want it very strong where we can go in with inspectors. We can take whatever we want. We can blow up whatever we want, but nobody getting killed. We can blow up a lab, but nobody's going to be in the lab, as opposed to everybody being in the lab and blowing it up, right?
Seems common sense. It is weird, though, that, like, the only country that's ever used nuclear weapons is the one that gets to tell other people they can't have nuclear weapons because we're afraid they'll use them. It comes off a little goofy. And also, these countries want nuclear weapons because they see what it gets you. It gets you parity with these other nations. Like, if you don't have nukes, the United States will push you around. If you have nuclear weapons and you act crazy with them, the U.S. will be like, all right, what do you need? We can work something out here. And with Iran, that's why they want it. So if you want Iran to get rid of their nuclear weapons program, then you got to buy them out. You've essentially got to bribe the Iranians. You have to make it worth their while to not get the bomb. And that's very difficult to do. And we also have to stop this double standard that we have. Because we do this thing where we pretend Israel doesn't have nukes. Or we pretend we don't know. Look, Israel has nuclear weapons. They've got them. They don't acknowledge it. We don't tell the rest of the world they have nuclear weapons, but it's like the worst kept secret in the world. You can't sit there and protect a country that, they've been attacked by their neighbors, but they've also attacked their neighbors. You don't get to run cover for that country's nuclear program and then tell one of their neighbors that they're hostile with, hey, you guys, you can't have any nukes. How dare you? I mean, you've got to make a deal. And it looks like that's what Trump wants to do with Iran, and he'll be damned if he's going to have the Israelis fuck that up by dropping bombs. Sam Show says, how come nobody's asking about Russia and how that all fell apart? What, the peace deal? Yeah, like Putin's bombing Ukraine again, and he's just like, he's fucking shit up, and he's going crazy. They were supposed to come to the table. I don't know what happened there. Let's go to Yankee. He says, I thought Obama bribed them already. Remember the pallets of cash he sent? Yeah. That was Obama's plan. The Iran nuclear deal was, we're going to give you a shitload of money, essentially. You guys can still produce nuclear energy, but you can't produce nuclear weapons. And that was the deal we had for a while. And then Trump said that's a shitty deal, and then he canceled it. And then I think Biden put it back in place. It's all been all over the place the last 10, 12 years. Trump needs to watch out for the Romanovs. Oh, we're going Command and Conquer Red Alert 2. I like it. Sam Show says, I just found it funny. Trump was bragging so hard, then it blew up in his face. He has a bit of a history of doing that, doesn't he? He has a little bit of a history of saying, oh, we got this thing done. It's going to be we've got a big, beautiful bill. We've got, the bill is big and it's beautiful. And now you got some Republicans that are starting to, falter on that deal. Or he's like, the Russians are coming to the table, and with the Ukrainians, we're going to find peace. And then all of a sudden, Putin launches an offensive. So sometimes you gotta be careful at just how much you divulge, because it does look like that Russia-Ukraine thing is blowing up in his face a little bit. Let's go to this Colorado Rockies story. This asshole, you go to we really do need to start having tests for people who are allowed to go to baseball games, because you got the guys who bring their dates. And when you got these guys will bring their dates, and they'll sit their dates right there on the third baseline, where right-handed batters are going to turn on shit and fire a screaming line drive into foul territory right at your chick's head. And a lot of these guys will be bailing out of the way, or they'll be getting on, or their girls will be on their phones and they got to jump in front of a ball for them. We got to have situational awareness in baseball games. So we got this guy at a Rockies game, and a foul ball hits him in the eye, and now he wants to sue the Rockies. Bring your goddamn glove to the ballpark if you're going to be in a place where foul balls come at you. And number two, have your head on a swivel and be ready, or go sit in the fucking cheap seats, or go sit behind the net, behind the plate. But don't be sitting somewhere where foul balls are coming at you or home run balls are coming at you, and then bitch when you get conked on the noggin by one. Timothy Rokel was hanging out in a luxury box. Oh, well, then fuck him, right? At a Rockies game as a guest of the box's owner, when out of nowhere, a foul ball hit him right in the eye. Shouldn't have been standing there. Should have been watching the game. Timothy Rokel suffered catastrophic and permanent injuries when he was hit in the face and right eye by a foul ball during the Rockies' July 16th, 2023 game against the New York Yankees, according to attorneys for Denver firm Nielsen Weiss in the lawsuit filed Monday in Denver District Court. It's a fucking baseball game. Either keep your eye on the thing or you get what's coming to you. Now, there's just one problem besides the fact that Rokel didn't bring his glove to the game. Colorado law, that's a tough one. Colorado law disallows lawsuits like this for fans injured at sports stadiums. By attending the event, you've essentially accepted the risk that a ball player might knock a ball into the stands. Good. I'm so glad that's a law. That needs to be a federal law. You go to a ball game, you're accepting all the risk. However, Rokel is arguing that the stadium was negligent about safety, so the lawsuit should be allowed. Right? It should absolutely be allowed. He's special, you see. The law says that if you go to a baseball game, watch the game, you dipshit. But in this guy's case, he's different. He's special, so he should be allowed to sue. He's a special kind of retarded. Rokel couldn't see it coming because of architectural elements, including the ceiling of the luxury box and the overhang of the stadium's bleacher seats. Okay, are we getting into some kind of physics debate now where the ball went up and then he couldn't see it because of the overhang of the seats, but somehow the ball got in under the overhang of the seats and flew in and hit him in the... Get fucked, buddy. It was not physically possible for Rokel to see the foul ball from the seat in question. Then how did the ball get there? I'm sorry, I ain't buying it. This is lawyer magic. You watch the game, you see the ball get hit up, you back up a few, feet into the box that you're in, you're fine. So his lawyers are arguing that someone who spent thousands of dollars on a luxury box did not have a view of home plate. Yeah, right? That's what happens in every stadium. Hey, thousands of dollars for this luxury box. Oh, the views are shit, by the way. The lawyers' anticipation of that response in their argument is hilarious. The Rockies play so poorly, people don't even go to watch the games anymore, they said. Defendants' longstanding poor performance on the field has contributed to a game day environment in which spectators, particularly those in luxury suites, are less engaged with the action on the field. So not only are you suing them, you're going to shit on them too. Your Honor, you can't blame my client. The Rockies are fucking dog shit. Actually, the Rockies better hope that the judge isn't a big gambler and Rockies fan because he might actually sympathize with this. That's caused a stadium culture shift toward focusing on socializing, dining, and networking. Lawsuit states. This cultural shift is not incidental, but rather encouraged by the Rockies' own marketing and design choices, which emphasize hospitality and off-field amenities over fan vigilance. You see, guys, this guy's really fucking stupid, but it's not his fault. It's the Rockies' fault he's an idiot. This is one of those idiocracy moments where we're going to go one of two ways. Either this lawsuit's going to get thrown out and the judge is going to be old school and going, you go to the fucking ball game, bring your glove and watch the game. No money. Or he's going to allow the lawsuit to go through and we're going to get dumber and we're going to have Brondo and, water's only going to come from the toilet and it's going to be bad. Mindy Lee with $20. Give her a Hogan.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
$20, she says, because my youngest graduates tomorrow night and your shirt is not so ugly today, add to Lucas. Thank you, Mindy. So now that $20 goes to Lucas. He's now at $150. I think Lucas is going to run away with it today. $150 for Lucas, $106 for JD, $105 for Miss Tay, and $101 for Redbird. Thank you guys so much. Donald Trump is Jesus Christ, writing in the chat. Says, our loving God has blessed the world. So true. So true. By the way, Sam Show loves black men. I have broken him too. Add him to the list of the ones I've broken. The seethe is strong. By the way, you can always tell when these guys know they've taken an L when they come in and defend themselves from shit that's not coming at them. Goddamn. I know that I'm good at this, but guys like Sam Show loves black men and you ain't getting my... They confirm that I'm way better than I think I am because I am just burrowed in here. Deeply burrowed in there. You guys can't help it, can you? Don't worry, boys. I think it's cute. I think it's adorable. Look, You need a hug box. I understand. When you go outside the hug box, everyone tells you that you love pedos and you're retarded. Another win for the, I mean, you got to be tired of another win for the toe. Keanu won, all this stuff. I mean, entire other shows are talking about how dumb all of your hosts that you adore are. I mean, I can't help it, guys. Nick Rekieta is more Stuttering John than Stuttering John is, and Carl missed the boat and decided to back him because they're both Dick Masterson shills. Guys, I didn't make this shit up. I'm just the one noticing, and it broke you. It's okay. I'm a loving and forgiving God, and I'm here to tell you that we're all having fun at your expense, and as long as you can handle it, you can stick around. You guys have never been the most intelligent. You're not very funny at all. Your jokes are terrible. It's always the same one. But we do get a lot of entertainment off of watching you rot. McBuster says, Nick is a dumb fuck. Who believes that prick? Sam Show loves black men, and you ain't getting my money. Believe him eternally. No matter how blue his fingers turn, no matter how high he gets, no matter how much he's caught lying, they love him. And it's funny because they get so frustrated when you point it out. Crowder Wears Panties says, another win for the toe. Shh, you're going to make him mad. You're going to make him mad. Sorry, guys. I know, look, the beatings get worse and worse, but you got to remember, you do it to yourselves. I just sit here and I collect the wins. That's what the entire internet says about you guys. Aaron's A-logs are so dumb that he looks like a king by comparison. I can't help it. Speaking of Harvard, we talked about Harvard earlier. What the fuck are we doing with like animal experimentations? Like that one side's trying to close down. Like you saw the Navy yesterday. They said, hey guys, great news. We're not going to do experimentations on dogs and cats anymore. To which the rest of us went, holy shit. I didn't know you guys were doing experimentations on dogs and cats. Like, yeah, but we stopped. It's like you haven't seen your kids in like, you know, they went off, they got jobs. You haven't seen them. It's 4th of July. You haven't seen them since Christmas. And they fly back home and they go, hey, Mom and Dad, I got great news. What's that? I stopped doing heroin. And we're like, whoa, back up a minute. When did you start doing heroin? Like we gotta go over the first thing before we get to the celebration part. Well, some researcher in Harvard was smuggling frog embryos, and they only found this out because she's in custody on an ICE arrest. Her name is Ksenia Petrova, and the smuggling of frog embryos into the United States was for Harvard Medical School. She could be released from ICE custody on bail. The researcher remains in custody until a bail hearing on criminal charges expected next week. Petrova was arrested at Boston Logan International Airport on February 16th and detained by ICE. The bail hearing was held in Burlington, Vermont, Federal District Court before Chief District Judge Christina Rice on Wednesday. Petrova joined via Zoom from a facility in Louisiana where she's being held. She's been detained for more than 3 months, among hundreds of foreign academics whose visas have been revoked amid Trump's deportation crackdown. Yeah, I mean, they're doing this thing where if you're here on a student visa or an academic visa, and we look through your past and we can find criminal activity, they hold you up and they analyze whether or not we need to deport you from the country. Now, smuggling frog embryos is certainly not something that we take kindly to. Again, why do you need to smuggle them? It's Harvard. Where is Harvard? It's near Boston, right? I assume that Boston has frogs. I assume we can gather those frogs and we can harvest their embryos. I don't know what's so special about Russian frog embryos. But Petrova's lawyers have raised questions about whether the frog embryos that she was carrying were biological items that were dangerous or unlawful, and whether customs officers at the Boston Logan International Airport had the legal authority to revoke her visa or detain her. It's just, you know, some people complain about the Trump administration being a little too nitpicky on immigration. I'll be honest. While I do think a lot of like stuff like this is silly, or that student they threw into the van because she wrote a paper criticizing Israel. I hate that shit. I don't like that. If we've got to have a few overcorrections to correct the last 4 years of shameless open borders that we've had, if those are my only two choices, I'll take it. Do I wish we had like a robotic precision in our immigration enforcement? Yes, that would be great. We don't have that. We're not going to have that. I'll take what we're doing now over what we were doing during the Biden administration all day long. And I don't see how anyone else couldn't decide that we're going to do that. Kai Juko Shea says the heroin started under Obama. Is that what it is? They're doing it there. It was under Obama. Eaton Clam says, I'll have to lick those toads to make sure everything is kosher. Yeah, how do we know she doesn't have acid? How do we know she doesn't have the acid frogs that you lick and you go all apeshit? I think those are toads, though. I think those are toads. Dub says, the enemy of my enemy is my friend/ally. Wouldn't Stuttering John, who hates Pat, be allied with Aaron to some degree? Perhaps like USSR and USA versus the Axis? Who's Pat? Oh, Pedo Pat Melton. Okay. No, I mean, I think it's funny that Nick's the new Stuttering John and the people who love Patrick can't acknowledge it because they're slaves to the religion. They're all Citizen M. They're all Citizen M. Nick has the same arc as John. It's the exact same. And Carl can't admit it because he backed the wrong horse. Them living in this hell makes me so happy. And then watching their fan. I've said before, I go, they don't have fans. There's just steel toe hatred. And watching them come here and seethe could not be a bigger victory for me. It makes me so happy. So thank you guys. Another win for the toe. Another perfect week. And you guys, my haters make me famous, as Tampa Terry is fond of saying. And Patrick, you're welcome. I've given you another week of life. I've paid your mortgage again. I'm the one who makes it all possible for you, sweetheart. And I'm happy to do it. I still haven't gotten my thank you. Carl, I know you're embarrassed. I know your public profile has never been lower and you've humiliated yourself, but I'm still making you money, buddy. Me being box office is good for you boys. Without me, back to 30 viewers at a time. You're coasting off my coattails, and I'm happy to have you. It only raises my profile, boys. By the way, free seethes in the chat. All right, let's go to this San Francisco one. And by the way, my audience, I mean, you can keep busting these guys up, and it is target practice, but try to be kind because when their religion does fall apart, when people's belief systems, and I know it's sad that that's their belief system, but I'm that fucking good. When their belief system does fall apart, we are going to be there to welcome them with open arms when they apologize and admit that we were smarter, better, funnier, more right. We're going to be there to catch them, all right? We're going to help these reformed people, these poor unfortunates. We're going to be a gracious, loving God. You guys missed me so fucking much. All right, we got San Francisco. Usually when San Francisco protesters is in a headline, I immediately go, fuck these guys. I'm going to be annoyed. But I think San Francisco might be turning a corner on this one. They're warning about human extinction with our embracing of artificial intelligence, and they're calling for more regulation. I mean, we've seen enough movies. We've seen enough iRobot. We've seen enough alien movies, enough technology movies to know that if AI, I saw a thing yesterday that said AI is actually going to eliminate more white-collar jobs than blue-collar jobs. And I think that's a good thing because if rich people find out that AI is going to actually fuck with them, that's how we're going to defeat AI. We're going to need the rich people on our side. So let's scare the shit out of them a little bit. Let's take a look at this one. San Francisco, they know how to protest. Hell, it's all they do. They don't work.
AI, or we're all gonna die.
A call to action
a good
outside
chant.
OpenAI offices in San Francisco.
Our primary demand is to permanently ban artificial general intelligence and artificial superintelligence because if we lose control of it, it will very likely cause human extinction.
We wanted to make a statement. It's really too bad all these people are totally fine with homeless people shitting all over their sidewalks because if they could find a way to couple their hatred of AI with also prioritizing getting homeless junkies to stop shitting on their streets. I mean, San Francisco could be cleaned up in no time.
David, we want to get the word out to the public about this new technology, which is very dangerous.
Bro, if the Asians are telling you that the technology is bad, you need to run for the hills. These are the people that will make a video game or an anime out of anything. And if they're telling you that this is bad, follow them.
It poses an existential threat to...
These people make octopus tentacle porn, all right? They're telling us that this is a bridge too far. Let's hear them out.
Humanity itself.
AI's increasing intelligence is highlighted in a recent study from Anthropic. The company found that its newest AI model consistently turns to blackmail when engineers threaten to take it offline.
We know that AI is getting smarter and smarter and will eventually, at some point, be smarter than people.
So let's kill it in its crib. Let's strangle it out. This is the Hitler's baby question. Remember the baby Hitler question? This is our chance to get the Hitler thing right. Remember they say, hey, would you go back in time and kill baby Hitler? AI is baby Hitler. We've watched enough movies. The AI is going to protect humanity someday by eliminating humanity. They're going to say, oh, yeah, we need to protect you guys from your greatest threat. And then AI is going to go, well, humanity's greatest threat is humanity. So the only way we can save humanity and save the planet is to get rid of humanity. They're going to get that smart. Technically, the equation checks out. It's just not good for us. So let's strangle AI in its crib. You can keep a couple of the music sites. Those are fun. But otherwise, no more AI. We're not replacing people.
Handful of bills aimed at regulating the technology are making their way through the state legislature.
I'm authoring a bill to...
Hey, it's Wiener. You guys remember Wiener? Ask me about my wiener. State Senator Scott Wiener is a fucking creep and a pedo and a weirdo. He's right on this is what's so fucked up about this is going to create such strange bedfellows because Senator Scott Wiener is a guy who thinks you should be allowed to transition kids in school, never tell their parents. He's got weird kind of, he believes in shit culturally that a groomer would believe in. He creeps me the fuck out. He's a complete degenerate. He's a scumbag. But he's right on the AI issue.
Protect whistleblowers.
Why does a guy who's a total pervert and creep have to be named Wiener, too? It's, you never see like Frank Gentleman, but he's a total creep.
Who are at AI labs and who see something that's perhaps inappropriate or dangerous, they should be able to come forward without being worried about retaliation.
But President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill Act is threatening to upend the state's efforts. Congress passing the budget with a provision.
A horrible provision to override all state regulation of AI for 10 years.
Yeah, Trump kind of sees AI as an inevitability. So he wants to see the United States be number one in AI production and AI output and shit like that. So Trump is definitely on the other side. I've probably just watched too many movies to trust AI, but he wants us to be the AI country.
So California would no longer be able to...
Wait. What if AI leads to UBI? Like, what if AI produces so much wealth for the country that the American people can be paid to stay home? That's something to think about. Maybe America becomes such a wealthy AI nation that it's like, all right, you lost your job because of AI. Okay, how much did you earn? The government's going to pay you whatever your net pay is. If we got to that point, we'd all become a bunch of lazy fucking slobs, quite frankly.
To ban or regulate deep fake revenge porn, which could also include fake kitty porn.
Stop! Hey,
fake kitty porn, which of course Patrick Melton and Moody are totally for. They think it's great. They think we should do that. There's some things that just aren't funny. Your boys are fucking pigs and pedophiles and creeps, and you support them. Why? Because you hate me so much. So I'm sorry I did that to you, because you have to live with that. That's fucking gross. Carl was so gung-ho to join the allegiance to kill Steel Toe that he aligned himself with a guy who drugged his daughter, was a complete cult leader piece of shit, and a couple of guys who advocate for child pornography. Couple of pedos. Way to pick your friends, Carl.
Or we're all gonna die.
What do you think is the greatest challenge in garnering the attention that this needs right now?
I think the greatest challenge is that a lot of people are apathetic to the idea that they see very, very powerful AI systems coming on very quickly, and they don't really think there's much we can do about it.
Well, it's also kind of one of those things where a lot of people see AI and they hear the goofy songs and they see the goofy, like, movie scene animations, and they go, oh, AI's just silly, and they don't think of the broader consequences.
Short of people and people power coming out, there isn't a hope, because we're talking about human extinction.
I agree.
We're not crackpots here.
Tara Campbell, ABC 7 News.
Dude, I do agree with them, though. Like, I do believe that AI is going to get to a point, like, it educates itself. It's going to get to a point where it's like its edict, its mandate is going to be to save humanity. And it's going to say, well, in order to save humanity, we're going to have to eliminate humanity because humanity is the biggest threat to you. That's what it's going to be. 100%. Wow, look at this. Even Doom. Doom says, I was surprised how much Carl stood up for Nick. Who the fuck is standing up for Nick? That is fucked up, right? I thought that too. When I saw, because I thought Carl just needed me because his money's down and his attention is down. I thought he just I forgive him for that. That's fine. I get it. I'm box office. But to watch him go, oh, Keanu, are you saying drugs aren't cool? First of all, Carl, never. Nobody's ever going to ask you to be the arbiter of cool. Second of all, yeah, when you have 5 children, drugs aren't cool. And drugs aren't cool in general. If you can't have a good time without abusing heavy narcotics, you're a fucking loser, dude. Like a big time loser. Dub says Nick should join the Blue Man Group. Crowder wears panties, calling him Clout Goblin Carl. I mean, the joke I made at Hackamania was pretty accurate. What Carl does best is hit live and watch other people be funny. That's his superpower. CJ with $2 says China is pushing the California AI laws to get ahead of us. You know what? I'd believe that too, though. I'd believe that too. Doom says that's going on with Nick's hands. So blue. That's from nitrous oxide. When you abuse nitrous oxide, the oxygenation levels in your skin go down, and you get blue fingernails and blue fingertips. It is a real thing. Approachable has a clip. Oh boy, here we go. Aaron gets really excited about Wiener. Oh, shit. I walked into this one big time. I know what this is going to look like. All right.
A bill to...
Hey, it's Wiener. You guys remember Wiener? Oh, no. And it sounded so innocent. I was so excited to tell you guys about the Wiener. One more time.
A bill to...
Hey, it's Wiener. You guys remember Wiener? Oh, my God. Not to belabor the point of how much I've crushed these people's souls, but if you just look at the vibe of the different programs, like mine is fun and lighthearted, and we're just silly and stupid. And the other ones are, he's the worst guy in the world. Like, you look at the clips from each show. You look at my clips like, hey, Wiener, you guys remember Wiener? And everyone go, oh, what a silly goose. You watch, like, the Keanu thing, and Nick's like, we were in a very loving and very good relationship for a very long time. First of all, when you have to fuel someone with cocaine, Molly, ketamine, and whippets to get them to stick around, I'm sorry, buddy. That's called enabling and codependency, not love. But don't worry. We knew each other long enough. I know you've never loved anything. All right, one more time.
Authoring a bill to...
Hey, it's Wiener. You guys remember Wiener? I mean, it should be on the stream deck, shouldn't it? Victor, if you could grab that one up, throw it over to me. That one should probably be on the stream deck. That was a good catch. Who was that again? Who got that one? Oh, of course. Approachable got that one. There's nothing I can do there's nothing I can do about that. It's too easy. Oh boy. Aaron's a pussy. It's nitrous. I don't know what that means. Let's go to Approachable. He says, one more time, watch the pop in your eyes and see how excited you get. Say, oh, yeah, Crowder wears panties. That Jesse P.S. line was great. I have the text messages. I am the one who has the texts. Sam Show says, why can't Johnny live where he is currently? Something tells me there's an interesting story there. He lives with his ex, and it's from what I understand, it's a complicated situation, and shit like that cannot always be permanent. I don't know her. I'm not familiar with her. I think we've met once or twice. I don't remember if she was cool or not cool, good or not good. I have no positive or negative opinion. But as far as like what's going on there, it's a private thing that, I'm not privy to. Doom says, Aaron, did you ever see Nick do nitrous, or was that later? Dude, it would take a lot less time if I just told you what I didn't see Nick take in terms of drugs. I mean, we would have, we'd be here a lot less time if we just went over that. It was always so weird, like so gross to watch people do that shit because their cheeks are just puffing up and they look retarded. And it's just like, there's no quicker way to pity someone than to watch them go at drugs like a fucking animal with no self-control. And you're just like, Jesus Christ. Like, it's just, there's nothing more pathetic. So when it comes to like Carl going, are we going to pretend drugs aren't cool? You ever watch coke addicts go after cocaine, Carl? It's one of the most pathetic, pitiful things you can see, really. Let's go to Hobo. He says, one day I'll figure out why people think Jesse is funny. Oh, dude, Jesse is so funny. Pod Awful is one of the funniest shows out there. Join the pizza fund, podawful.pizza. Doom says, do you think Nick would ever do meth once the money dries up? It's a good question. Yeah, he needs to get high. Who's that guy, Shmuley Buckman? I've never watched his show, but he did a clip where he's like, I saw Nick at Hackamania, and Nick said he was really bored, and he didn't know what to do being sober, and he said his leg was shaking, and Nick was pouring sweat, like he was just a wreck. And Shmuel Buckman, is it Shmuel or Shmuley Buckman? Maybe I'm confusing it with Shuley. And I guess this guy's recovery. He's in recovery, and he said, he goes, that's the worst. When you're bored, that's the sign that you're going to relapse. He also said, when people are educated and smart, they can rationalize anything, and those are the people that relapse the quickest. Now, I believe that Nick being on nitrous is relapsing, and he hasn't been sober. So I do. Would he do meth if the money ran out? I think his grandparents were like 8-figure millionaires. So if the money ran out, he'd have to super fuck up, even worse than he has now. Would he do meth? Yeah, he'd do meth. Oh, yeah, I'm going to go with Brian says he'd 100% do meth. He'd do anything to get high. He can't be sober. He hates his life. He hates who he is. He tries really hard to outrun all the really valid truths and criticism about himself. That's why Keanu confronting him with the texts and the evidence really fucked him up and he lost his mind. I've seen that Nick over and over before. Way worse. It's when people tell him the truth right to his face. Like when he was mad one day and I just grabbed him up and I went, dude, have another drink, you fucking alcoholic. And he goes, shut the fuck up. And then he ran upstairs. He had to pout because I pointed out that he's a fucking drunk at 2 p.m. I mean, that's just the way it is. People who hate their lives, people who feel unfulfilled, people who feel as though, you know, I think Nick being a trust fund kid and knowing he's never accomplished anything of his own, and the one thing he did accomplish, he fucked up within a year or two. I think trying to run from that is where the drugs come from and where the drinking comes from. Is if he could just admit, like, look, I'm going to live off my grandparents' accomplishments the rest of my life and my family and I will be comfortable and that's what I'll do, he could have avoided all of this. But he overreached. He thought he could do what he couldn't do, and that failure he can't live with. So escapism is what he needs. Doom says meth feels like the end of the road. You never really come back from that. Well, people have. I mean, cocaine is one that a bunch of people never come back from. A vast majority of cocaine addicts do not recover. So, I mean, drugs in general. Alcoholics, same thing. Sam Show says addicts never come back. They become something else at best. Yeah, absolutely. Ed Harlow says, yes, humanity is effed when Aaron is the voice of reason. Well, that's just it. I think a lot of people have a hard time admitting that Aaron admitted the whole thing was a fuck up. It was a failure. It was disgusting. It was gross. Bad father, bad husband, the whole deal. And long before this, they chose that they were going to be anti-Aaron. And watching Nick not do that and brag about hiding drugs among his kids after he lied and said, oh, the drugs were never around the kids. So he gets away with all these lies because these people cannot cope with the fact that I was right and I told them the truth. It's a sad place to be. It's too much internet for some of you guys, to be honest. All right, let's go to this next one that 383 Novocaine. Holy shit. Is this, wow, 1 day ago. So this is brand new. Do you guys remember that Feeding Our Future scandal? That scandal where that white lady got all those Somalis to defraud the federal government and say they were feeding all of these children at their restaurants, and they totally weren't. And they all just pocketed tens of millions of dollars. Well, there was a new suspect in this Feeding Our Future case. And when they found out there was a warrant out for them, they hightailed it to Minneapolis Airport. This is some movie theater shit. Let's check it out.
Another suspect is behind bars tonight, facing federal charges in the $250 million Feeding Our Future fraud scheme. The suspect captured at the airport.
Wait, let me guess. I'm going to go, he's a Somali king. I'm going Somali king on this one.
Before boarding a flight to Dubai. Lou Ragoose is here with our top story.
Lou Ragoose. The goose is loose. Get him, Lou.
We told you last week how the federal...
By the way, the longer they take to tell us the person's name, the more it's a Somali. I do believe that if it was a white lady by now, they would have told us the name.
A raid of a St. Paul nonprofit signaled that the U.S. Attorney's Office is not done charging new suspects in this case. Today, they said that as soon as news of that raid broke, Hebo Dar...
There it is. Boy, when he found out about those charges, he was probably more like Hebo Darn. Right?
An urgent international flight.
Oh, yeah?
Hebo Dar is now the 71st person to be charged in the $250 million Feeding Our Future pandemic meal fraud case. Court records show she...
Did you see that bail? The bail was set at $0. So you're charged with a federal crime. You're caught trying to flee at the airport, and we're still just going to cut you loose. Great.
Claimed to serve 1 million meals to children out of this office in a business center on East Hennepin Avenue and collected $2.4 million in taxpayer money. But federal investigators believe her meal site, Northside Wellness, was fake and that she...
What? You mean this little building right here didn't produce 1 million meals for children? I'll be dipped in shit.
Only spent less than $2,000 on food. According to the criminal complaint, Dar's case included all the telltale signs of the sprawling fraud. She wrote checks to Hadith Ahmed, a Feeding Our Future employee.
Come on. I'm trying really hard to pretend that this isn't a very... I mean, Somalis in Minnesota, and this is just what we've discovered so far. There is so much government fraud. There is so much theft in the Somali community. It's unreal. Here in St. Cloud, we've got this problem, and we haven't nearly caught, I don't even think 5% of them. Somali businesses will do this thing where they'll give other Somalis cash for their food stamps and their welfare debit cards. Or the food stamps, I'm sorry. The grocery stores will give them money for their food stamps at a discount at like 60, 70%, and they'll get to turn it into cash. And then those grocery stores will turn in the food stamps to the federal government, and they'll get reimbursed. So they'll get a 30 to 40% mock-up, and they'll be out zero product. They caught a guy doing it just like 6 months ago here in St. Cloud. And I'm sure if they checked up on all the businesses, they'd probably find all of them were doing it. The problem is they don't want to look into it because the Somalis were brought here to this rural area for a very specific reason, to turn it blue. And then in Minneapolis, you have this Feeding Our Future scandal where these Somali people were pretending that they were serving all these children food and catching checks from the federal government. And wouldn't you know, the biggest cities that were part of it were Minneapolis, St. Cloud, Wilmer, and Rochester, which are the 4 biggest Somali communities in Minnesota. Oh, and then you have the daycare scandal, which is also going on in Minnesota, where Somali daycares were basically empty storefronts, but they were signing children in every day, and they were getting money from the federal government through poverty child care programs. And again, these are just the ones we've caught.
Who's already pleaded guilty and says checks like those were bribes. There are emails Dar sent to Amy Bach, the former executive director of Feeding Our Future, convicted by a jury this year, including meal count sheets the FBI says are fake. In those meal counts, the complaint says that by April 2021, Dar claimed to be serving about 40,000 meals to children every week.
Yeah, so they'd write like day 1, 2,700, day 2, 2,803. Like they're cranking out thousands of meals every day for children. Please.
After Bach was convicted, it was unclear whether the feds intended to charge any additional suspects in the case. But late last week, the FBI raided a St. Paul nonprofit, New Vision Foundation, signaling they weren't finished. As news of that raid spread, prosecutors...
Oh, by the way, that place, they're not telling you who they arrested there. His name was Hussein Farah. There you go. You know, the government was, the Minnesota government was probably like, well, we don't know if we're going to work with the federal government on charging more people, probably because they knew if they looked deeper into it, there weren't going to be any more whiteys. And this was going to be a bad look.
Say Dar booked a flight to Dubai, set to leave 3 days later. The FBI arrested her at the airport before she could board. In court, the prosecutor said they informed Dar in April that she was one of the new targets of their investigation. They told the judge they believe she tried to escape, thinking charges are coming soon.
Well, wait a minute. If they informed you in April, why didn't you go to the airport that fucking day? You knew what you did. Why didn't you get out of here immediately? What, did you think they were going to investigate and find out that you weren't a piece of shit?
Now, in court, Dar's lawyer said that she was just traveling to visit her sick mother.
Oh, isn't that always... That's exactly how it happens. You know, they start investigating you. Your mom gets sick. Charges look like they're on the way. Got to go visit your sick mom.
And she got caught in a lie, claiming that she hadn't traveled overseas since 2022. The prosecutors then pulled out her passport right in the courtroom and showed that she had been traveling regularly since then to several countries. She is now in the Sherburne County Jail. Julie.
Well, how can you donate to your favorite Islamic terrorist foundation if you only go to one country? You got to spread it around a little bit. Hezbollah, Hamas, Coney, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Boko Haram is all over the place.
Every time you think this story can't take another twist, it does.
Seems like it.
Any idea if there are more people that are going to be facing charges? Any indications?
Somali kings!
Absolutely there are. We just don't know a number and how close the FBI is to filing those charges yet.
Yeah, but can we guess names? A lot of hyphens? Just wondering. All right, well, thank you for that one, 383 Novocaine. I appreciate it. McBuster says they're all Post Malone fans. Yeah, going to be a lot of Post Malone fans. Going to be a lot of Post Malone fans. Oh, now Sam Show Loves Black Men is seething. He goes, have you plugged Johnny's GoFundMe at all since you hit your goal and made your money? Yeah, it's pinned at the top of the page, you fucking retard. It really is too easy with these people. Oh, my God. Crowder Wears Panties says, if Ben left, he'll lose his massive boomer retard Christian audience. Oh, talking about Ben Shapiro going to Tel Aviv. Well, I mean, he could do the show from there, right? He could do the show from Tel Aviv. It would probably be a little more on brand. Let's go to Dub. Dub says Aaron's jealous about others getting food stamps. Hungry, hungry hippo. It's not very nice. Hobo says, Aaron, why do you have a GoFundMe page? It says, I am hungry and has a picture of a Little Debbie wrapper. Guys, he's lying to you. That's not true. Hobo's being cheeky at the moment. Oh, man, thank you. We got a couple more stories left here. Thank you guys for an amazing day, an easy day. I mean, just nice and easy. Could not have been an easier stretch to another perfect week for the toe, and we had a little bit of everything. We had people losing their fucking minds, still almost a week later, not being able to cope with the toe W's. All I have to do is sit back, and it comes right to us. Rumble Tel Aviv Studios, move is yours. Goddamn you, Jesus Christ. Hobo says, I'm starting that GoFundMe. You know what? You start that GoFundMe. Let's see how it goes. I'll even let you keep the money, bud. As long as you send me a couple Swiss cake rolls, we'll call it a deal. BJ Penn, for those of you who are big MMA fans, BJ Penn was arrested over an altercation with an elderly woman. BJ Penn was a world-class MMA fighter. He was a world champion, very, very good. But now he's subject to arrest because he's getting in confrontations with old bitches. A 79-year-old woman is at the center of the allegations against the MMA legend. Wait a minute. BJ Penn's mom, Lorraine Shin, claims she's the 79-year-old. Wait a minute. So BJ Penn is getting arrested for confrontations with his mother, his elderly mommy? In the docs, which were part of an application written by the mom for a restraining order against her son, BJ Penn, Shin alleged that Penn is suffering from a psychological disorder that's caused him to believe she killed his family and has taken over his mother's identity. Shit, BJ Penn's got CTE. BJ's got Benoit disease. You got to lock him up. I'm not saying like in prison, but he needs to be in a facility. You can't let a guy. We do this thing where we just give people drugs and we're like, they're going to be fine. They're not going to be fine. You got so many people in this country walking around hanging on by a daily pill. That's frightening. You got a guy who, if he's walking around at his best, he thinks his mom is a skinwalker who murdered his family. Yeah, we can't let him live on his own. Court records show a TRO was granted in the case, and both parties are due to appear before a judge on June 10th to share their sides of the story. Cops in Hawaii say MMA legend BJ Penn was arrested over the weekend, not just once, but twice over the incidents. Cops say that his mom told them that Penn took her mail and shined a bright flashlight in her eyes when she asked for the mail to be returned. They added the woman told them she was later shoved against a car by Penn after she attempted to move the light away from her eyes. Penn was arrested over the allegations and booked on a charge of abuse of family or household member, but he was released a short time later after posting bond. He was given a warning citation, which ordered him to stay away from the alleged victim, but according to cops, he violated it just hours later, Monday morning. That's really sad. I mean, you got obviously that, BJ Penn's mom needs to be protected from him, but the guy's only 46 years old. And his brain is Swiss cheese. That really sucks. I mean, I'm kind of torn between feeling bad for him because he's obviously not himself, but then also like a 79-year-old frail woman is in serious physical danger because of it. Thank you very much to Eric for the $1 over on PayPal. Thank you. I think that's going to be our last generous donation of the day, which there have been many. Eric says, could Nick get addicted to heroin if he tried enough? I don't know. He got into some weird shit after I left. There was the DMT thing. I was never part of that. Didn't know anything about that. Once the party pooper who was confronting everyone on their drug use left, it was free reign and carte blanche. I mean, there was nobody stopping them. So who knows what they got? They could have gotten to absolutely anything. Doom says, have you ever had a concussion? Yes. Of all the sports I played, football, baseball, basketball, boxing, everything, the one time I got a concussion, it was in team sports in 11th grade. I was playing softball. The center fielder from our I played first base and pitched. The center fielder from our baseball team was playing center field. I was playing right field. And we both went after a fly ball. I dove for it low. He dove for it high, and I took a knee right to the temple. I remember my head flying back, and then I remember like a minute and a half, 2 minutes had passed, and people were standing over me. And I'd lost a minute or two. And I got diagnosed with a mild concussion. And I'll tell you guys, I don't believe there's anything mild about any kind of concussion. When you have your mild concussion, come talk to me about it. All right, let's check out Approachable's Doom says, Chris Benoit. Look out. Approachable with a new clip. Let's see what I did. But as long as you send me a couple Swiss cake rolls, we'll call it a deal. That's not so bad. I mean, that's literally what I said. None of that was out of context, unlike that fucking wiener clip, as it will. Eaton Clam says, chasing balls has always caused problems in Aaron's life. All right, that's where we'll get out of here. That's a good one to end on. Guys, great show. Awesome day. Thank you so much. It had a little bit of everything. Above all, it had another win for the toe. We'll see you for Rumble Friday tomorrow morning.